Chapter 587. In the distance, Zichen had just arrived and saw the scene. However, he did not go up to help immediately. Instead, he stood far away and watched the show. He was a little surprised that such an arrogant overlord could send out a mid-stage primal core cultivator. However, it was only a surprise. It was clearly impossible for them to rely on a mid-stage primal core cultivator to kill all the barbarians. Amidst the explosion of energy, the monk's figure appeared. His Buddhist technique, which was known as the strongest defense, had successfully blocked the attack. Under the disbelief of the mid-stage primal core cultivator, the monk took out his demon subduing pestle. It turned into a bright golden light and attacked the mid-stage primal core cultivator. After 2 baptisms, the monk's physique and combat power had been greatly enhanced. Right now, he had no problem fighting a mid-stage primal core cultivator. The monk held the demon subduing pestle and swung it around. Amidst the vibrations, a large amount of Buddhist light flashed. Pure Buddhist power kept surging from the demon subduing pestle. The mid-stage primal core cultivator was forced to retreat. He looked at the demon subduing pestle with a shocked expression. Obviously, this was an extraordinary item. The screams of his companions kept ringing in his ears. As he looked around, the mid-stage primal core cultivator's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. There were more than 10 primal core cultivators on his side. However, since the start of the battle, almost half of them had died. There were less than 10 left. Moreover, they were constantly retreating while fighting against the flying barbarians. Not a single one of them was able to suppress a single one of them. Among the barbarians, 1 man and 1 demon were the strongest. Every time the 2 of them attacked, they would be able to kill a primordial Dan cultivator from their side. Among the primordial Dan cultivators who died, the 2 of them killed the most. Damn it! Since when did the barbarians become so strong? The mid-stage primal core cultivator was shocked and in disbelief. In just a short period of time, more than 10 primal core cultivators had been killed. Moreover, a monk was able to suppress him. Obviously, the mission to kill all the barbarians today had failed. The mid-stage primal core cultivator already had thoughts of retreating. However, under the constant suppression of the demon subduing pestle by the monk, the mid-stage primal core cultivators' thoughts of running away were quickly extinguished. With the monk around, there was no way he could escape. In terms of speed, the monk was also superior. The reapers below rushed out one after another. After seeing the one-sided battle above, each of their faces revealed a look of horror. They knew most of the people who were fighting with Dan Yuan in the sky, but the devil ape and the monk were unfamiliar faces. This is too inconceivable. Yukong is actually suppressing Dan Yuan. Moreover, Wang Qiong and the others seem to have become even stronger. There's also Zhang Haoyan. He actually has the ability to kill nascent core experts. What exactly did they experience in the ancient battlefield? How did their battle prowess become so strong? Everyone in the air felt that the scene in front of them was inconceivable. The battle in the sky soon came to an end. The dozen or so early primal core experts of the Overlord forces were simply not enough for Zhang Haoyan and the devil ape to kill. In less than 15 minutes, they were all killed. After killing all the early-stage primal core cultivators, the group rushed toward the late-stage primal core cultivators and began to work together to kill them. During this period of time, Zhang Haoyan repeatedly used his sneak attacks. His ghostly figure caused the mid-primal core expert to be in a very sorry state. The powerful attacks of the devil ape also caused the mid-primal core expert to be constantly pushed back. At this moment, with Zhang Haoyan, devil ape and tyrant working together, the middle stage primal core cultivator was instantly suppressed. Arg! The mid-stage primal core cultivator roared in anger. However, under the suppression of the extraordinary weapons, he could not do anything to the Yukong. Moreover, there were already numerous wounds on his body. One of the wounds almost pierced through his heart. Wang Shan and the others retreated after one attack, not giving the opponent any time to counterattack. The monk and devil ape had the strongest defense. During this period of time, they forcefully resisted the attacks of the opponent. The demon subduing pestle and the black stick landed frequently, causing the mid-stage primal core cultivator to be constantly pushed back, coughing up blood. Such a scene had already stunned the Yukong cultivators below. They would never have thought that a group of Yukong cultivators could actually suppress a mid-stage primal core cultivator. As for the mid-stage primal core cultivator, he was even more aggrieved. He was a powerful expert of an overlord force, and his status was extremely high. However, he was actually suppressed by a group of Yukong cultivators. Moreover, in the frequent attacks, he even felt the threat of death. Other than venting his anger, the unwilling roar from his mouth had no other effect. The experts he brought with him were all dead, and it was impossible for reinforcements to come. The mid-stage primal core cultivator could already feel that death was imminent. Clang! Light flashed and sparks flew. Under the joint attack of the monk and devil ape, the mid-stage primal core cultivator's Dan weapon was actually knocked out of his hand and sent flying. Since the mid-stage primal core cultivator was already suppressed, without his Dan weapon, he was not far from death. Therefore, the mid-stage primal core cultivator instantly made a decision. His angry expression suddenly had a hint of madness. Die. I want all of you to die. Amidst this crazy roar, the mid-stage primal core cultivator's body began to glow, and a destructive aura surged out from within. Not good. He's going to self-destruct his Dan. The mid-stage primal core cultivator's aura suddenly increased by several times. This was clearly a sign of self-destruction. Seeing this, the monk and the rest instantly changed their expressions. Their eyes were filled with shock. Then they turned into a beam of light and began to retreat. Hurry up and leave! The monk shouted at the crowd. At the same time, the demon subduing pestle emitted a bright golden light, shaking a large amount of Buddhist power and smashing towards the mid-stage primal core cultivator. Amidst a loud sound, the mid-stage primal core cultivator was knocked back several hundred meters. Then, the monk held the demon subduing pestle and began to flee frantically. As for the mid-stage primal core cultivators below, seeing that the situation was not good, they were the first to flee in panic. Die. All of you, die for me. The mid-stage primal core cultivator, who had burned his Dan, was emitting an even more powerful aura. His whole body was emitting a dazzling light. He chased after the monk and the rest, his eyes filled with madness. Boom! Suddenly, there was an explosion between heaven and earth. A terrifying energy raged in the sky. This sound was like a thunderclap, and its power was unparalleled. It directly tore the space apart, and above the sky, a huge black hole appeared. What exploded was an extremely terrifying energy, but compared to the mid-stage primal core cultivator self-destruction, it was still much weaker. Moreover, this explosion shook the sky, but the range was very small. It only affected an area of several hundred meters. It was not like the primal core cultivator's self-destruction, which spread out more than 10 miles. Obviously, this was not the sound of a mid-stage primal core cultivator's self-destruction. Everyone turned their heads in confusion. Then they saw Ziqin standing in the air, putting away the purple gold gourd. The mid-stage primal core cultivator, who was about to self-destruct, fell from the sky. Ziqin, it's you! Seeing Ziqin, everyone was surprised and delighted. Then they all flew back. Did you succeed? Did Shirling find anything? How was it? Did those forces make things difficult for you? Everyone stepped forward and asked with concern. Ziqin chuckled and explained. The purple gold gourd collided with Shirling. In the end, the purple gold gourd won. Longhu, Sr., and the spirit-devouring rat are safe and sound. It was Senior who attacked just now. The primal core cultivators of the 8 forces were all killed by me. As for the overlord forces, I also killed all the early-stage primal core cultivators. Zi Chen told them what had happened before. After hearing that Zi Chen had killed a lot of people, everyone was extremely excited. Suddenly, the monk was the first to sense Zi Chen's abnormality. Middle stage, Zephyr Realm. You actually broke through. Zi Chen nodded and said, "That's right. I just made a breakthrough after withstanding the heavenly thunder tribulation and killed a bunch of primal core cultivators who were chasing after me." "Why? Looking at you, are you going to compete with me to see who's stronger?" The monk shook his head directly, his eyes filled with unwillingness. "This is really unreasonable. Why did you suddenly break through? And you can also baptize again. Damn it, I just left you far behind. I also just felt the loneliness of being an expert, and you're about to catch up." The monk's words of being an expert naturally made everyone laugh. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from afar. I heard the energy explosion from afar. "What's going on?" "Hey, Wang Qiong, it's you guys. You guys actually came back." Immediately after, a few figures flew over at an extremely fast speed. The one in the lead was the martial ancestor of the land of savages. Wu Mo beside him was the small-eyed Miao Kong. Besides them, the 2 brothers of the Qin clan, Qin Xing and Qin He, were also among them. Wu Mo, Miao Kong, Qin Xing, Qin He, long time no see. Zi Qin turned his head and looked at them, greeting them with a smile. Hearing someone call their name, Wu Mo and the others also turned their heads. Then they saw Zi Qin standing in the sky. Years had passed, but Zi Qin had not changed much. Everyone recognized him at a glance. "It's you, Zi Qin." Everyone's eyes instantly widened, filled with excitement. Then they rushed forward and gave Zi Qin a bear hug. "Zi Qin, it's really you. I didn't expect to see you in the land of chaos." Among the 4, Miao Kong's expression was the most excited. Zi Chen was smiling. His emotions were also fluctuating violently. Among the group, he had known Miao Kong for the longest time. Moreover, the 2 of them were from the Nimbus martial ancestor. Then the 4 of them also saw the monk and greeted him warmly and familiarly. Wu Mo looked at the corpses on the ground and asked doubtfully, "What's going on? What are these people doing?" "They're from an overlord force." Zi Chen's answer stunned them. Then, Zi Chen's words made them speechless. They heard Zi Chen say, "They're all here to die." "You guys actually killed Yu Kong from an overlord force." Qin Xing and Qin He's eyes were filled with shock. Zi Chen shook his head and smiled. "It's not Yu Kong from an overlord force. It's Dan Essence." "What?" the few of them exclaimed. Then they saw Wang Shan land on the ground and extract Dan Essence from the corpses. They are indeed Dan Essence experts. Heavens, you guys actually killed so many Dan Essence experts. It's nothing. You'll get used to it in the future. The cold Zhang Haotian rarely spoke. Chapter 588. Killing dozens of primordial Dan experts from an overlord faction would definitely infuriate the overlord faction. What followed would naturally be the craziest and most direct revenge. One must know that the anger of an overlord faction was not something an ordinary person could bear. Wang Qiong nodded and looked at the shocked Yukong. "All right, I'll explain it to them right away. As for whether they stay or leave, it's all up to them." With that, Wang Qiong turned and left. As for Wu Mo and the others, they were completely confused. They didn't know what was going on, so they looked at Zi Chan in confusion and asked him what had happened. "Nothing big. It's just that we've gained a lot in the ancient battlefield this time. The Overlord faction was envious and was forced into a corner, so I slaughtered them." Zi Chin explained. Simple and straightforward words. But the 4 stared at him in disbelief. Wu Mo shook his head and sighed. "We all know that you, Zi Chin, can cause trouble wherever you go. I didn't expect you to be so bold as to provoke an overlord faction. That's too domineering. Zi-chan smiled. Don't blame me this time. From the beginning to the end, I was the one who was passive. They were the ones who forced me into a corner. I was just defending myself. Offending an overlord faction, that's too cool. Meow Kong suddenly laughed. The people here look down on us, saying that we're barbarians with no resources and no strength. Haha, it's great now. We dared to offend an overlord faction and kill them, but do they dare? They're just a bunch of trash dogs. Seeing an overlord faction is like a grandson seeing his grandfather. None of them have the guts to offend an overlord faction. Wang Shan, who was picking up the pill weapons below, couldn't help but add, "That's right. They're just a small faction, yet they dared to slander us. We even dared to offend an overlord faction. If they know, they'll be scared to death." Qin Xing and Qin He laughed. "Which small faction dares to slander you? What guts? Let's go and destroy them." Monk looked at the two. Compared to an overlord faction, they're indeed a small faction. But compared to us, they're truly a big faction. Qin Xing quickly said, "It doesn't matter. Which force is it? How far is it from here? We're going to leave anyway, so we might as well get rid of this force while we're at it," Zi-chan said nonchalantly. "That's right. Tell us where this organization is, and we'll wipe them out right now. We've even killed the people from the overlords. There's no one in the fringe that we don't dare to kill. If any organization dares to provoke us, we'll wipe them out," Tyrant said excitedly. Seeing how resolute and confident the two of them were, Wu Mo pondered for a moment before saying, "It's a major power with the surname Liu, the Liu clan. We found an Orvane, and even though it was still some distance away from their elemental Orvane, the other party forcefully seized it and even killed our men. The forces of the Liu family." Zi-chan was slightly taken aback. He then looked at the monk. Tyrant's eyes began to shine. He looked at Wu Mo and said, "Wu Mo, are you sure it's a small power of the Liu family? Furthermore, they have an elemental or mine." "Yes, it's the Liu clan. However, it's a major power. Furthermore, it's a large-scale elemental or mine. It's said that one can excavate high-grade elemental stones from there. Haha, Liu clan, we are indeed fated to meet." Tyrant laughed heartily when he heard Wu Mo's affirmation. Zi-chen's lips curled into a faint smile as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. "Kill, leave no one alive." The demonic ape's expression was ferocious as killing intent surged from its body. The forces of the Liu clan were naturally the Liu clan, one of the 8 major powers. Both sides had a deep grudge against each other, to the extent that they would not rest until one of them was dead. Wu Mo and the others stared blankly at the three whose expressions had changed drastically. "Good, very good. A large-scale elemental or mine. We'll go and snatch it later," Zi-chan finally said coldly. Before Wu Mo could ask about the grudge between the two sides, he saw Wang Qiong flying towards them with more than a dozen Zephyrs behind him. "They're here. Only these people are willing to leave with us. The others are afraid of offending the overlord forces," Wang Qiong said, feeling somewhat disappointed. This was a force of more than 100 people, excluding the 20 or so people killed by the overlord forces. The remaining Zephyrs numbered close to 100. However, less than a fifth of them had arrived. Zi-chan patted Wang Qiong's shoulder and said indifferently, "The Bedlam may not have many things, but it has a lot of people. What we want are brothers, not just people. These people are already quite a lot." Wang Qiong nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude. Zi-chan walked past Wang Qiong and took a few large steps forward. Standing in the air, he looked at the dozen or so Zephyrs and said, "Wang Qiong might not have explained it clearly to you, or you might not have understood it clearly. I will repeat it here. We have offended the 5 overlord forces. Both sides will not rest until one of us is dead. If you continue to follow Wang Qiong, you must be prepared to fight against the overlord forces. We don't intend to run away forever. We want to establish a force to fight against the overlord forces. Zichen's words naturally surprised the group of Zephyrs. Although they did not say anything, the disdain in their eyes was obvious. Zichen chose to ignore their disdain. He smiled and said, "I don't care if you believe it or not, but since you have chosen to follow Wang Qiong and us, you must be prepared to fight against the entire Bedlam." "Aren't there 5 overlord forces in the Bedlam?" asked one of the Zephyrs. Zichen smiled and said, "The 5 overlord forces will naturally mobilize all their forces. When that time comes, we will become enemies with the entire Bedlam." As soon as Zichen said this, everyone's expression changed drastically, and their expressions kept changing. "We can't even guarantee our own lives, so we can't guarantee your survival. Therefore, you must choose carefully. Once you take this step, you may die." After saying that, Zichen turned and left. His words were straightforward and thorough. He also clearly stated the dangers. The others naturally understood Zichen's meaning. The Bedlam did not lack manpower, nor did it lack Zephyrs. Not to mention Zephyrs. Zephyrs could be recruited. What they needed were brothers who could treat each other with absolute sincerity. The expressions of the dozen Zephyrs kept changing. Clearly, they were all hesitating. Becoming enemies with the entire Bedlam was practically a death sentence. Giving up their lives for the sake of brotherhood was not worth it. Wang Qiong looked at the Zephyrs. As their former leader, Wang Qiong naturally hoped that these people would stay. However, Zichen's words could be said to have clearly stated all the dangers, but he did not mention the trump cards he had. If one were to consider things rationally, the possibility of these people staying was not high. My life was saved by Boss. Naturally, I will follow Boss. Going against the overlord forces, becoming enemies with the entire Bedlam. Just thinking about it is exciting. At worst, I will die with Boss. They didn't think for long before making their choice. The reason they had all been willing to follow Wang Qiong before was because he hadn't been so thorough with his words. Now, the group of 14 made their choice once more. Over half of them chose to leave, while the other 6 decided to follow Wang Qiong. "All right, from now on, we'll be on the same path." Zichen nodded, a kind smile appearing on his face. At the same time, Wang Shan, who had received instructions, flew over. He took out the elixir weapons and distributed them to the 6 of them one by one. Then he said seriously, "This is a long and difficult road. We can't guarantee that all of you will survive, but we can guarantee that you will have endless resources to make you stronger." After taking out the pill weapons, Wang Shan also took out Yuan Essence and distributed it to them. This is mid-grade Yuan Essence. A single drop can restore all the energy in your body. Save it to save your life. This, Wang Shan's extravagance, instantly shocked the 6 of them. Looking at the pill weapons and liquefied essence in their hands, they felt as if they were in a dream. As for the 8 people who had chosen to leave not far away, they were clearly envious. As for the other Yukongs who had yet to leave, they were all stupefied. In the blink of an eye, they had obtained pill weapons. The 6 of them were in disbelief. In the Bedlam lands, even Primal Core experts couldn't guarantee that each of them would have a pill weapon. And this Yuan Essence was far more valuable than a pill weapon. It was equivalent to having several more lives. For a moment, the 6 of them were incomparably excited. "Boss, we didn't do anything." "You." But in the midst of his excitement, one of the Yukongs spoke up. Wang Qiong looked at the 6 of them with gratification. "From now on, we're brothers. Just call me Wang Qiong. Take the pill weapons and Yuan Essence for now. Once we've settled down in the outer regions, I'll give each of you a defensive pill weapon." Defensive pill weapons. The 6 of them stared with wide eyes. Boom! A surge of energy suddenly appeared in the sky. An extremely powerful pressure swept across the land, as if a ferocious creature had been born. The faces of the Yukongs changed as they stared at the 2 beasts that had suddenly appeared in the sky. One of them was a glowing white rat. Its eyes were very intelligent, and its white fur was completely white. As it moved, a powerful aura emerged from its body. As for the other one, it was an indescribable, demonic beast. Its ferocious and mighty head actually resembled the legendary divine dragon. The terrifying pressure in the sky came from it. Under this pressure, the group of people in the sky felt their souls tremble. Their legs also trembled, and all of them could not help but want to kneel down and worship it. Haha, is this the outside world? Aye, the spirit-devouring rat have finally come out. Looking at the surroundings, the spirit-devouring rat cried out in excitement. Although Longhu was curious, he didn't lose his composure. He stood in front of Ziqin as soon as he appeared. Let's go. Chapter 589. Longhu stepped forward, causing the void to vibrate under its claws, forming ripples that spread out. Ziqin sat on Longhu's back, his black robe fluttering in the wind, looking extremely dashing. Such a scene made Tyrant's eyes light up. He tapped on the void and turned into a ray of light. How does it feel to ride a supreme beast? Let me experience it too. Boom! All of a sudden, a powerful aura surged out of Longhu's body and surged toward the monk who was approaching him. The monk was immediately knocked back. Longhu, what's the meaning of this? Tyrant tumbled in the air, his body stumbling. After stabilizing himself, he couldn't help but ask. Longhu didn't answer Tyrant. Instead, he seemed to be saying something to Ziqin. Ziqin laughed and said, "The dignity of a supreme beast is not to be violated. Moreover, you're just a bald donkey. Why aren't you chanting Buddhist scriptures like a monk? Why are you acting cool?" Uft. Is Lord Zeng acting cool? Lord Zeng doesn't care. Tyrant glared. Haha. Ziqin was still laughing. He then extended his hand towards Wang Xian'er. The latter's white robe fluttered as she flashed and sat in front of Ziqin. The two hugged each other like an immortal couple, making everyone envious. While chatting, the group of more than 10 people left the place and headed towards the Liu family's Vitality Stone mine. Before they left, they would rob one last time. After the group disappeared into the horizon, the group of Zukong woke up from their daze. Then, the sound of them inhaling cold breaths could be heard. They clearly saw how strong Tyrant was. He was an existence that could suppress a mid-stage inner core cultivator. However, the demonic beast named Longhu actually managed to push him back with a single step. Moreover, the mysterious young man on Longhu's back seemed to be the leader of the group. He actually captured Wang Xian'er's heart. This made the group of Zukong even more jealous. The elixir weapons and liquefied origin energy that Wang Shan took out previously were extremely valuable. If they didn't encounter a fortuitous encounter, they wouldn't be able to obtain these two items in their lifetime. Using Dan weapons and liquefied elemental essence right off the bat. What a big move. No wonder he dared to go against the Overlord forces. Someone in the air sighed. His eyes were filled with envy. He was regretting that he didn't make the right choice. No matter how big the scale is, it can't compare to the Overlord forces. Just a few Yukongs, and they dare to make an enemy out of the Overlord forces. This is simply courting death. There were also some Yukongs who snorted coldly and pretended not to care as they spoke in a sour tone. Second Master, what should we do now that the First Master is gone? The remaining people looked at a middle-aged man in gray. This person's position in this faction was second only to Wang Qiong. The second head's gaze was fixed on Ziqin and the rest as they left. His expression was extremely gloomy. When he saw that everyone's gazes had landed on him, he coldly said, Wang Qiong must have obtained great benefits in the ancient battlefield this time around. However, he selfishly took his gains and left alone, completely ignoring our feelings. That's right. We are originally a force, and we should advance and retreat together. We should share honor and disgrace together. However, Wang Qiong took all the gains from the ancient battlefield for himself. This is a complete breach of trust. Beside the second head, a person in the air spoke. The token that Wang Qiong used to enter the ancient battlefield was given to him by the Overlord forces. He should have given some of his gains to the Overlord forces. However, the Overlord forces are chasing after them now. It must be because Wang Qiong took all the gains and angered the Overlord forces. Another Yukong analyzed. Damn it, this Wang Qiong is so evil. He wants to take all the spoils for himself and offend the Overlord. Now he wants to drag us into this. He wants us to die. Fortunately, we're smart and made the right choice in time. As for those 6 idiots, they've been completely bought over by those small benefits. They won't even know how they died in the future. Following the analysis of the Yukongs, they finally found a reason not to envy the previous 6 people. Their eyes were filled with disdain. Following that, the Yukongs analyzed the final outcome of the previous 6 people. However, no matter how they analyzed it, the final outcome of the 6 people was death. Pa, you think you can bribe us with a mere pill weapon and some mid-grade yuan liquid? You must be dreaming. Too despicable. This Wang Qiong is truly hateful. Fortunately, I didn't agree to his request. How can my life be worth such a small amount of things? Although we already know that Wang Qiong took our wealth, they're too strong. They can even kill Dan Yuan realm experts. Although we have more people, our battle strength is slightly weaker than them. If we attack them, the possibility of us being defeated is very high. Second head, what should we do now? Everyone's gaze finally landed on the second head. Humph! The second head coldly snorted and said coldly, "We can't kill them, but the Overlord forces can." The Overlord forces? Are we supposed to report to them? But they wanted to kill us before. The second head glanced at the Yukongs and said coldly, "The Overlord forces don't want to kill us. They want to kill Wang Qiong. I believe that if we take the initiative to report their whereabouts, they won't kill us. Instead, they'll give us some rewards for making the right choice." Second head, will this method work? They're the Overlord forces. Will they care about us? The second head coldly smiled. Naturally, they won't care if one of us goes. But if dozens of us go together, they'll definitely pay attention to us. Who knows, they might even recruit us into the Overlord forces. The Yukongs all had their own plans, and in the end, these plans were all for profit, just as they were discussing how to maximize their benefits. Zichen's group had already arrived at the Liu family's Yuan stone mine. This was an extremely large primordial stone mine. It was even larger than the Wild Wolf mine and Blackwind mine that Zichen had seen in the periphery combined. Moreover, there were even more experts guarding this place. Just the primordial core realm alone numbered 8. When they arrived, they didn't suppress their auras or hide their figures. They were instantly discovered by the experts guarding the mine. In an instant, everyone's gaze landed on them. Hey, isn't this the barbarian dogs? They were just beaten away. Why are they here again? One of the Yukongs guarding the mine recognized Wu Mo's group and shouted at them, "Barbarian dogs, they're here after being beaten away." Could it be that they've found reinforcements? Just a dozen people and they want to negotiate the ownership of the mine? Aren't they overestimating themselves? It's different this time. There's even a beauty. Hee, I've long heard that there's a little beauty in the barbarian forces. Seeing her today, she's indeed beautiful and charming. The Yukongs guarding the mine were laughing wantonly. Their greedy eyes wandered around Wang Xian'er's body. You even brought a mutated beast as a mount. Not bad. At least you guys are knowledgeable and have good eyesight. In that case, leave the mutated beast and the beauty behind. The rest of you can scram. Another Yukongs shouted. Among the group of people, Wang Shan stepped out and stood in the air. He looked down at the group of people and shouted, "Mother * King Chaos Dogs, open your dog eyes wide and look clearly. I, Wang Shan, am not here to negotiate for a trash or vein. I, Wang Shan, am here to take over the primordial stone or vein below. Quickly hand over all the primordial stones in your vein, or I will kill without mercy." Wang Shan's shout was like rolling thunder that exploded in the sky. His voice spread throughout the entire mine. In the eyes of the Yukongs, the barbarians had always been cowardly. They didn't even dare to speak loudly. Wang Shan's shout stunned the Yukongs. "Mother asterisk cur dogs, are all of you scared out of your wits? Why are you still standing here? Get in and get the Yuan stones." Wang Shan shouted again, waking everyone up. The group of flight Empyreans who had regained their senses instantly showed shame, anger, and fury on their faces. Every one of them surged with the aura of late-stage flight Empyrean around them as they leaped into the air and charged toward Royal Mountain. "Damned barbarian dog, did you eat a leopard's guts? You dare to behave so atrociously in the Liu clan's territory? Die!" A total of 5 Liu family members soared into the sky. Then, wielding their spirit weapons, they charged towards King Mountain. In an instant, the murderous intent was revealed. All kinds of sharp blades flashed and aimed at the vital parts of Wang Shan's body. Swoosh! Wang Shan's eyes flashed coldly. He dodged an attack and appeared in front of one of the Yukongs. His ghostly speed made the Yukong's expression change instantly. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Die!" The spiritual weapon in his hand turned into a cold light and slashed towards Wang Shan's forehead. At the same time, Wang Shan also threw a punch at the other party. Boom! The spiritual weapon collided with the fist, causing an explosion. The Liu family Yukongs were shocked to find that the spiritual weapon in his hand had many cracks. The next moment, the spiritual weapon exploded. After destroying the spiritual weapon with one blow, the Yukong's eyes were filled with shock as he looked at the remaining sword hilt in his hand. At the same time, Wang Shan threw a second blow at lightning speed. This blow was even more powerful and full of power. It directly hit the Yukong's chest. With a dull sound, the Yukongs coughed out blood and flew backwards. In the blood that the Yukongs coughed out, there were pieces of his internal organs. Other than that, the Yukong's powerful vitality was also forcefully destroyed. It was obvious that he would not survive. Another blow killed a late-stage Yukongs. After killing a late-stage Yukongs, Wang Shan's figure was erratic as he weaved in and out of various attacks. Then, he appeared in front of the second Yukongs. In the energy explosion, the second Yukongs died. In less than 10 breaths, the 5 Yukongs who rushed up were all killed by Wang Shan alone. The other Yukongs, who were a step slower than Wang Shan, were shocked when they saw how easily Wang Shan killed their enemies. After easily killing 5 people and shocking the rest of the Yukongs, Wang Shan was in a good mood. He took a step in the air and shouted at the group of Yukongs in front of him, "Mother asterisk king, chaos dogs, what are all of you standing there for? Hurry up and take out all the vitality stones from the mine. You barbarians dare to behave atrociously in the Liu family's mine. Today, I will make sure that you won't be able to leave." Chapter 590. The Primordial Core Cultivator turned into a beam of light and rushed towards Wang Shan. He was aggressive, and an elixir weapon appeared in his hand. He was determined to kill his enemy cleanly and bring about a shocking effect. Wang Shan stood in the air and looked at the Primordial Core Cultivator coldly without moving. Die! A powerful roar was heard. Primordial Core Cultivator's attack appeared in front of Wang Shan. But Wang Shan remained motionless with a smirk on his face. The Primordial Core Cultivator was looked down upon in such a manner. Naturally, he was enraged and increased the strength of his elixir weapon. Initially, he only wanted to kill his opponent with one attack, but he suddenly changed his mind and wanted to kill his opponent with one attack. This way it would bring more shock. Boom! Primordial Core Cultivator's elixir weapon slammed down, and what followed was a deafening explosion. Fresh blood and broken bones fell from the sky. As expected, he was killed with one attack. From afar, The expressions of the people in the air turned to shock and fear, but there was no excitement or admiration. In front of them, Wang Shan was still standing there without moving. Even the smirk on his face did not change. On the other hand, their primordial core cultivator was killed with one attack. The one who killed their primordial core cultivator was a tall black shadow. He had a pair of blood-red eyes and was holding a black rod that was engraved with runes. You are. The people in the air were so shocked that they started to speak incoherently. Have you eaten the guts of a leopard? This is the Liu family's mine. How dare you kill people here? Is that what you want to say? A mocking voice was heard from not far away. The strange beast mount stepped forward. Only then did the people see that other than the beauty, there was a handsome man on the back of the strange beast. The mocking voice came from him. Why do you ask even if you know? A Liu family cultivator's voice trembled. In comparison, he was more courageous. As for those who were less courageous, they were already trembling uncontrollably. Long Hu snorted. Suddenly, 2 streams of scorching energy gushed out from his nostrils. They were like waves of fire rolling in the sky and rushing forward. As soon as the waves of fire appeared, they felt like they were being roasted. The people in the air were shocked and retreated tens of meters in fear. What do you mean? If you want the mine, we can all sit down and discuss it. Why are you being so overbearing and killing people here? The Liu family member from before spoke again. This time he controlled his emotions very well. We are overbearing. We are killing people indiscriminately. Then, what do you all say about the people who killed us earlier? At that moment, many people wanted to say those words. However, none of them spoke. They stood behind Ziqin, and all of them chose to remain silent. Only the weak would reason, and the strong themselves were reason. Ziqin sat on Long Hu's back and looked down at the crowd in the sky before he calmly said, "We're not interested in the ore vein, we're only interested in the primal stones that have been mined. Go, bring out all of them, and we'll spare your lives." The expressions of the group of people in the air changed again. One of them said loudly with a trembling voice, "This is robbery. Don't tell me you want to have a falling out with the Liu family. From now on, both sides will fight to the death. You only have one chance. Once you miss it, you won't have another chance. If you don't move the primal stones now, do you want me to do it myself?" Ziqin's indifferent tone had a hint of coldness. The faces of the group of people in the air changed drastically. At that moment, they didn't know how to reply. They were all silent, but in their hearts, they were hoping that the Dan essence guarding the mine would appear quickly and kill these reckless people in the air. However, after waiting for a long time, they still didn't see the Dan essence of their family appear. The group of people in the air felt that something was wrong. Because of the commotion, these guardians should have appeared long ago. The Dan essence guarding the mine didn't appear at all. Instead, a figure holding a stone sword walked out from the entrance of the mine. The other party was only in the air, but he swaggered out of the mine. "Kill all the guardians," Zhang Haotian said coldly as soon as he came out. When the group of people in the air heard this, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Each and every one of them shouted that this was impossible. "You guys haven't made a choice yet. Obviously, you're not willing. Since that's the case, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll go get the primal stones myself. As for you guys, go underground and continue to be guardians." Ziqin, who was sitting on Long Hu's back, spoke with a cold, murderous intent. No, we're willing. We're willing to go get the primal stones." There was dead silence in the mine. After not hearing any movement for a long time, the group of people in the air was finally scared. At that moment, they all spoke up, extremely terrified. Ziqin just smiled and said, "It's too late. I only gave you one chance. Unfortunately, you didn't take it." As soon as he finished speaking, a crazy murderous intent emerged from behind Ziqin. It was the expressionless group of people in front of them. Each of them seemed to have suddenly gone crazy. surging with monstrous, murderous intent as they rushed towards them. Moreover, the strength of these people was really terrifying. Although they were all in the air realm, their combat strength was far beyond ordinary Danessans. It was clearly a battle between people of the same level. But as the battle began, it immediately turned into a one-sided massacre. This is too strong. Seeing that the half-meter-long mouse could easily slaughter the Lu family's air warriors, the 6 people who followed Zichen were already deeply shocked. The 6 of them hadn't made a move yet, but the Lu family's air warriors were already falling from the sky like raindrops, and the battle that just happened was about to come to an end. Is this really the force of the Lu family that usually oppresses us? Hearing the echoing cries for mercy, the 6 of them felt like they were dreaming. Everything in front of them was so unreal. The Lu family of a big force shouldn't be in such a sorry state. Everything should be the opposite. The battle ended quickly, and the ground was covered with corpses. Only then did the 6 people realize that they hadn't made a move yet. The 6 of them looked at each other and saw the embarrassment in each other's eyes. They thought that since they were following him, they should do something. So, their eyes fell on the spirit rings of the dead Lu family. Each of them thought that since there were no more enemies to kill, they should clean up the battlefield. But before they landed on the ground to pick up the spirit rings, they heard Wang Qiong's voice. Don't pick up those useless spirit rings. First, follow me to the mine and collect the primordial stones there. Are these useless spirit rings? These are the lifetime wealth of each Lu family. The 6 of them were speechless, but they still followed Wang Qiong's instructions and entered the mine. Previously, Zhang Haotian had already snuck in and killed all the guards here. Except for Dan Yuan, even the Lu family was killed. As for the miners, Zhang Haotian was too lazy to kill them. In the mine, corpses could be seen everywhere. Under Zhang Haotian's lead, everyone went straight to the primordial stones. There, piles of primordial stones were placed there. The lowest grade primordial stones were low-grade primordial stones. There were more than a dozen piles, and each pile had more than 10 million primordial stones. In addition, there were also mid-grade primordial stones and high-grade primordial stones. Looking at the piles of primordial stones, the 6 Lu family members were completely dumbfounded. Their breathing also became rapid. This was the first time they had seen so many primordial stones. They were dazzled. Zichen only glanced at the primordial stones, then looked at the 6 excited people. The latter seemed to have realized that they had lost their composure and quickly calmed down. Zichen suddenly pointed at the 6 piles of low-grade primordial stones and said, "These 6 piles are yours. As for the rest, all of them will be confiscated. They will be used to establish a force in the future." "Thank you, leader." When the 6 heard this, they were instantly overjoyed. Then they rushed towards the piles of primordial stones. Obviously, at this moment, they had already recognized Zichen as their new leader. Suddenly, they felt that something was wrong and stopped. Then they looked at Zichen and said embarrassedly, "Leader, let's confiscate these too." Although there was reluctance in the 6 people's eyes, they were very decisive. After they finished speaking, they no longer looked at the primordial stones. A smile appeared on Zichen's face as he said, "You have just joined our team. Consider this a greeting gift for you. Don't refuse, take it all." After speaking, Zichen walked towards the other piles of primordial stones, then opened the purple gold gourd and began to collect them. "Take it. Zichen's greeting gift is not something that anyone can accept." Wang Qiong also smiled. The gratitude in the 6 people's eyes became even stronger. Then they quickly rushed towards the piles of primordial stones and began to collect them. After looting a load, the group's harvest was naturally great. However, their harvest in the ancient battlefield was even greater. Just 1 load alone, and so many primordial stones were nothing in their eyes. After collecting all the primordial stones, it was time for the group to leave. Suddenly, a tremor came from the ground. Then a white figure drilled out from the ground. It was the spirit-devouring rat. The spirit-devouring rat said as soon as it appeared, "We have the primordial liquid. This lode will not produce any more primordial stones." Before coming, it had sensed the extremely rich spiritual energy in this place and also the presence of the primordial liquid. Therefore, the group entered to collect the primordial stones while it went underground to search for the primordial liquid. As expected of a thieving rat, "You've shown your usefulness so quickly. Well done." The monk's praise made the spirit-devouring rat roll its eyes in dissatisfaction. "Brother-in-law, other than the Lu family's lode, there should be other lodes. Since we have already offended the 5 overlords and almost all the forces in the Bedlam lands, we might as well loot them all before we leave." Wang Shan suddenly made a suggestion. This suggestion made everyone's eyes light up. There was almost no need for a vote. Everyone agreed that the suggestion was good. Then their eyes fell on Ziqin. After pondering for a moment, Ziqin nodded. He thought that the suggestion was feasible. Therefore, he said, "Since we've already robbed, we might as well go all out." Therefore, after leaving this lode, the group went straight to the second lode. Half a day later, they found the second lode. "Who dares to behave so atrociously in the Gong family's lode? Are you courting death?" A cold and angry voice sounded. "The Gong family of the 8 overlords. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Kill." Under the cold voice, the group rushed towards the lode. 2 hours later, the group calmly walked out of the lode. They couldn't tell how much they had gained. However, from the excited expressions of the 6 Zephyrs who followed them, it seemed that they had gained a lot. Chapter 591. Ever since the destruction of the Everlasting Sect, the barbarian land had become a laughingstock. No one looked up to this place, and no one looked up to the barbarians. Anyone who walked out of the barbarian land would be labeled as weak and cowardly. But 10,000 years later, the entire Bedlam lands was shaken because of the barbarians. They had become the laughingstock of the southern region. They had really done something that shook the entire Bedlam lands. Ziqin was only in the Zephyr realm, yet he was able to annihilate the 5 Overlord Force's inner core experts. Not only that, he almost killed the Shangguan family's patriarch, Shangguan Feilin. Other than that, he also killed all the inner core experts from the 8 forces. When this news spread, it naturally caused an uproar. He's just a barbarian, but he's strong enough to challenge the overlords. The barbarians of this generation are truly extraordinary. They always bring shock to people. In Chaos City, the cultivators who heard the news all sighed. If it was said that Ziqin had killed the overlord primal core experts because he had taken advantage of the heavenly lightning tribulation, then the defeat of the overlord primal core experts was justifiable. But when the news that the 4 overlords had sent their primal core experts to kill the barbarians spread, the entire Chaos City fell into an uproar. One had to know that those dozens of primal core experts had all personally experienced the heavenly lightning tribulation. They had truly escaped the first tribulation of their lives, and their battle prowess was far beyond ordinary early primal core experts. Moreover, there was even a mid-primal core expert. Although there was a difference of 1 level between them, the difference in battle prowess was more than 10 times. Under normal circumstances, a mid-primal core expert could easily kill an early primal core expert. But so many experts had actually been killed by the barbarians. Not a single one was left alive. When this news spread, the entire Chaos City was in an uproar. Many cultivators and powers paid close attention to the barbarians. A mere barbarian land with no resources to speak of. How strong can the barbarians from there be? This is all just a rumor. It can't be completely believed. Hearing this, many cultivators snorted disdainfully, not believing it at all. Is it just a rumor? You should know that there are many cultivators who saw the heavenly lightning tribulation. Many of them saw the barbarian Chen going on a killing spree and the core essences of the overlords being killed. It has already been confirmed. A cultivator told the truth. He's just a clown who got lucky. He thinks that he can challenge the overlords just because he obtained the inheritance. Little does he know that the gap between the two sides is still as big as the heavens and earth. Such an arrogant ending, other than playing to the gallery, will only make him die faster. That might not be the case. Although they are barbarians, they are not fools. Every one of them is comparable to a monster. Their intelligence is naturally not low. Since they dared to challenge the overlord forces, they should have something to rely on. A mere barbarian has nothing to rely on. As the news of the barbarians provoking the overlord spread, such discussions could be heard all over Chaos City. Were these barbarians acting recklessly, or were they full of confidence? This became the focus of everyone's discussion, and because of their different viewpoints, they were divided into two factions. One faction believed that the barbarians would definitely die, while the other faction believed that the barbarians had something to rely on. However, in Chaos City, which was the territory of the overlords, these two factions didn't dare to act rashly. Just as everyone was speculating, one shocking news after another spread to Chaos City. 3 days ago, the Liu family's primordial stone mine had been robbed clean by the barbarians. All the experts guarding the mine had been killed, and all the primordial stones had been stolen. 2 days ago, one of the Gong family's most important resources, the primordial stone mine, had also been robbed by the barbarians. All the experts guarding the mine had been killed without exception. Apart from that, the Ning family's black iron mine had also been robbed. In the past few days, there had been news of 6 or 7 factions, primordial stone mines, being robbed by the barbarians in the depths of the Chaos City. Moreover, apart from the factions that had direct enmity with the barbarians, the other factions that had no enmity with the barbarians had also been robbed. Heavens, are those barbarians crazy? Robbing so many factions. Are they trying to make an enemy out of all the factions in the Bedlam lands? Along the way, they have robbed so many factions, big and small. Could it be that they have already decided to leave the Bedlam lands and return to the barbarian lands? When the news came out, it caused an uproar. The first ones to lose their cool were the 8 factions. From the beginning, they had irreconcilable enmity with the barbarians. Therefore, when they heard that their primordial stone mines had been robbed by the barbarians, they were even more furious. Their patriarchs had smashed countless things that day. In short, their anger had reached its peak. Therefore, they first sent out 8 primordial core experts to hunt down the barbarians. Naturally, the leaders were all mid-stage primordial core experts. Because of time constraints, Chen hadn't robbed all the 8 factions. However, this didn't prevent them from sending primordial core experts to hunt down Chen. When the 8 mid-stage primordial core experts let a large number of early-stage primordial core experts out, everyone was watching and waiting. In the Chaos City, the Second Heads group walked out of the 8 factions' encampments. Their faces were incomparably ugly. Bah, who do you think you are? We came with good intentions to deliver information to you. Not only did you not accept our kindness, you even drove us out. This bunch of dogs who bully others because of their master's power are destined to be slaves and lackeys for life. The group's faces were ugly, and their eyes were filled with unwillingness. They had come with good intentions to deliver information. In their imagination, these factions should have treated them well, served with good tea and snacks, and then put on a grateful expression. However, the truth was that as soon as they delivered the information, they were immediately driven away. Not to mention good tea and snacks, they didn't even get to drink a mouthful of water. After coming out of the 8 factions' encampments, the group met each other. Their expressions were the same. Obviously, they had received the same treatment. They had stuck their warm faces to the cold buttocks of the other factions. Second Head, what should we do now? The group was very dispirited. They all looked at the Second Head. They were originally going straight to the Overlord's faction, but they suddenly wanted to get more rewards, so they went to the 8 factions first. The second head's gloomy expression was originally extremely gloomy, but he slowly calmed down. He glanced at the 8 forces' encampments and said indifferently, "Through this incident, I finally know why these 8 forces will always be small forces." Why? Everyone looked at the second head. Because of foresight, the second head took a deep breath and said in a profound manner, "They don't have the slightest bit of foresight. They only see the barbarians in their eyes, but they can't see our group. They don't have any tolerance in their hearts, and they are narrow-minded. They only want to take revenge, but they drove us out. This kind of faction is only fit to be a small faction and will never become an Overlord's faction." The group of Zephyrs kept nodding as they listened. They had 70 to 80 Zephyrs on their side, and they were very powerful. The other party couldn't see them, and didn't try to recruit them. Obviously, there was something wrong with them. The second head was in high spirits. He held his head high and puffed out his chest. He looked at the group of people in the sky and said, "They still have a long way to go. If they continue to act like this, not to mention becoming an overlord, they might not even be able to keep the name of this small power." The group of Zephyrs were already stunned, and their eyes were filled with worship. "You bunch of bastards, get the hell away from me. If you dare to hang around here again, be careful of losing your lives." Suddenly, a loud shout came from not far away. It was the guard of one of the factions who shouted at them. The group of people turned around and looked at the Zephyr guards. They were thinking about the second head's words, and treated the other party as a small faction without foresight. "Get lost, I'm talking about you. Stop talking nonsense and get lost, or else you won't live to see tomorrow." The Zephyr guards pointed at the second head from afar and shouted, "AI, good. The second head nodded repeatedly, and with a smile on his face, he led the group of people who were shocked and left in a hurry. "Pay, a guard dog is still so arrogant. He is destined to not become a big faction. He doesn't even know how to pick a dog." When they were far away, the group of people also started to curse. "A little impatience spoils great plans. Since we know they are dogs, why bother with them?" The second head returned to his normal state. "Then, second head, what should we do now?" "Of course, we will follow the plan and send the information to the Overlord faction." "But what if the Overlord faction acts like them again?" Someone whispered, obviously having a shadow in his heart. "How is that possible?" The reason why the Overlord faction is the Overlord faction is because they are tolerant and have the heart to recognize talent. As long as we send out useful information, we will definitely be rewarded and put in an important position. The second head said confidently, "There are 5 Overlord factions. Who should we look for?" "The Shangguan clan." Before anyone could continue to ask, the second head explained, "The Shangguan clan's patriarch was almost killed by Ziqin, so he must hate Ziqin to death in his heart. It's just that he can't find any traces of Ziqin, so he didn't make any moves. Now that we have given accurate information about the barbarians, it can be considered as a timely help and also a great contribution. In the future, everyone can wait for a meteoric rise." Everyone nodded as they listened. Their eyes lit up, and they repeatedly praised the second head for being wise. And so, the group went straight to the Shangguan clan. The Shangguan clan occupied almost 1/5 of the entire Chaos City. Although they had already seen the tall courtyard walls of the Shangguan clan, it still took them an hour to reach the main gate. Not only was the Shangguan clan's main gate taller and more luxurious than the other Overlord factions, even the guards were much stronger than the other Overlord factions. On both sides of the Vermilion Gate, 8 cultivators stood one after another. Each of them had the strength of a core essence cultivator who had passed the heavenly thunder tribulation. They stood there like iron towers, motionless. The second head signaled for everyone to stop, then led a few people who looked smart and capable into the air and walked towards the gate. The core essence guards stopped them, their eyes cold. The second head's heart trembled, and he hurriedly explained the purpose of his visit. The core essence guards coldly glanced at them, then turned and entered the gate. A moment later, they came out with a big-bellied old man. "Steward, they are the ones who said they know the traces of the barbarians." The guard pointed at the second head and the others. "Is it you? Then come with me." The steward's slightly amiable voice sounded. Just as the second head entered the Shangguan clan's gate, Zichen and the others had already arrived at the Shangguan clan's market in the central region. Chapter 592. The arrival of Zichen's group attracted a lot of attention, especially the Longhu, which attracted the attention of many cultivators. Many people were tempted by such a flashy mount. Among them, there were quite a few cultivators who were quite wealthy. They were eager to give it a try, but when they saw the owner of the mount, all of their expressions changed. Although almost 2 years had passed, many people still recognized Zichen sitting on the back of the Longhu. Tycoon Fat Antelope. What a tycoon fat antelope! Heavens, so many primal core cultivators were chasing after him, but he's still alive. The crowd was in an uproar, followed by a series of exclamations. It was obvious that many people had seen Zichen before and knew who Zichen was. Tycoon Fat Antelope, the name alone was enough to tell that he was worth a lot of money. Besides, some people knew that Zichen had liquefied Yuan and was once surrounded by primal core experts. Some of the cultivators who were interested in buying the Longhu immediately dispersed, abandoning the unrealistic thoughts in their hearts. Besides, the Longhu had withdrawn its aura and aura. It looked just like a majestic mount. It was not a wise choice to offend a tycoon fat antelope for such a mount. Zichen sat on the back of the Longhu and greeted some familiar people, such as the owner of the roasted wing stall. Judging from their surprised expressions, the news of him offending an overlord faction should not have spread yet. Then, the group headed straight to the treasure pavilion. The experts of the Shangguan clan who had received the news were already waiting at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. "Senior!" Zichen jumped down from the Longhu's back and bowed respectfully, while the monk chanted the name of Buddha. "Zichen's name has spread throughout the Bedlam ground. You're very famous, and your strength is feared by countless people. I'm flattered to hear you call me senior," the expert of the Shangguan clan said with a smile. The badge Zichen used to enter the small world was given to him free of charge. Besides, it was obvious that he already knew about the shocking things Zichen had done in the depths of the small world. "Zichen will always remember Senior's kindness in gifting me the token," said Zichen. "It's just a small favor. There's no need to take it to heart. Since you're here, follow me up." The Shangguan clan expert turned around and went upstairs. Zichen nodded and followed closely behind the Shangguan clan expert. As for the others, they were free to move about in the marketplace. Zichen followed the Shangguan family expert to the top floor. "Back then, when I gave you the token, I only wanted to give you an opportunity. Who would have thought that you would actually cause so much trouble? Not only did you offend the 8 powers, you even provoked the overlord powers." After taking a seat on the top floor, the expert from the Shangguan clan shook his head and said, "I won't attack unless I'm attacked," Zichen replied. You've made a bigger mistake this time than piercing a hole in the sky." The Shangguan clan expert sighed. "Then may I ask if I'll be protected by staying here?" Zichen looked at him. The Shangguan clan expert pondered for a moment before saying, "Fighting and killing is prohibited in the marketplace. This is an unwritten rule. Since it's a rule, all powers must abide by it. But you must know that the people who are bound by the rules will always be the ones who are bound by the rules. As for the people who set the rules, they naturally won't be bound." Zichen nodded, indicating that he understood. If the overlord powers wanted to make a move, it didn't matter where it was. "You came straight to me when you arrived at the marketplace. Do you have any doubts that you need me to answer?" The Shangguan clan expert looked at Ziqin. I do have some doubts. Ziqin nodded. Then tell me. I want to ask Senior if there are any overlord powers that surpass the inner core realm. After saying that, Ziqin looked at the Shangguan clan expert. Don't you know whether there are such existences? The Shangguan clan expert asked. Hearing this, Ziqin's expression changed instantly. He recalled the energy hand that saved the group of inner core realm experts and the energy hand that injured the sky-devouring wolf at the entrance of the ancient battlefield. Obviously, the owner of the energy hand was an existence that surpassed the inner core realm. For a moment, Ziqin's expression kept changing. What's wrong? Are you afraid now? Are you regretting it? What were you doing when you were domineering back then? The Shangguan clan expert joked. Ziqin shook his head and said, I'm not afraid and I don't regret it. The overlord powers are aggressive and greedy. If I don't kill them, I'll be killed instead. So even if I have to fight to the death with them, I have no regrets. You came to me today because of this matter. The Shangguan clan expert obviously didn't want to be entangled in this matter. There's one more thing. After thinking for a moment, Ziqin said seriously, if I dare to ask Senior if I fight to the death with the overlord powers, will those experts that surpass the inner core realm attack me because of this matter? Haha. Hearing Ziqin's question, the Shangguan clan expert suddenly laughed out loud. Ziqin looked at the other party seriously, but the other party kept laughing. He seemed to find this question very funny and laughed until there were tears in his eyes. Only when he was tired of laughing did he stop. Is this question very funny? Ziqin looked at the other party. Don't you think it's funny? Ziqin shook his head and said seriously, it's not funny at all. Seeing Ziqin's serious expression, the Shangguan clan expert stopped laughing and said, all right, since you don't think it's funny, I won't laugh. As for the question you just asked, I can't answer it. After all, I'm not at that level. Then why are you laughing at me? Ziqin stared at him. Haha, young man, don't be anxious. Although I can't answer it, I can still answer a little. The kind of existence you mentioned. If they really wanted to attack you, you probably wouldn't have made it here alive, the Shangguan clan expert said. How is that possible? Ziqin said loudly. At that time, because of the heavenly thunder tribulation, they had some scruples. That's why they saved those Jinyuan and didn't attack me. I wasn't there at that time, so I can't give you an accurate analysis. But I know that if an existence beyond Jinyuan wanted to kill you, it would only take one finger. You can't be thinking that they didn't even have time to use one finger, right? You mean they didn't want to kill me, but I killed their people. We are enemies, Ziqin retorted. The expert from the Shangguan clan smiled. Have you ever seen an elephant personally stepping on an ant? If the elephant had to do everything, what would be the point of having jackals and wolves? Hearing this, Ziqin's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, Senior, you mean that they will only send Jinyuan to deal with me? In theory, yes. You only need to block the attack of Jinyuan. Seeing Ziqin's happy face, the Shangguan clan expert reminded him. But it's not just the early and middle stages of Jinyuan. There might be late and complete Jinyuan too. The joy on Ziqin's face froze. He could fight against a mid-stage Jinyuan, but he couldn't guarantee that he could kill one. As for late and complete Jinyuan, he didn't even need to think about it. After getting the answer, Ziqin left. Suddenly, an expert from the Shangguan clan said, Currently, the Shangguan clan is discussing the matter of Bing, she being assassinated by the black-robed men in the ancient battlefield. Before the discussion comes to a conclusion, they will not act against you. Ziqin turned his head and thanked him gratefully. Just as Ziqin and his group entered the market, the second head also entered the Shangguan clan. There were a total of 8 of them, and they were brought to the side hall by the housekeeper. Where's the head of the family? Looking at the magnificent side hall, everyone's horizons were broadened. They looked around curiously, but the second head didn't forget the purpose of their visit and asked directly, "I'm the housekeeper here. If there's any news about the barbarians, just tell me directly." The housekeeper smiled. A servant poured a cup of tea for the housekeeper, and the aroma of the tea filled the air. Looking at the housekeeper, drinking tea alone, the second head and the others were startled. It seemed that this scene was different from what they had imagined, but it didn't matter. The second head secretly despised the housekeeper of the Overlord force for not knowing the rules. He didn't even know the basic etiquette of hospitality, but he still described the characteristics and traces of the barbarians clearly. "You're saying that they went to the outer regions to establish their forces." The housekeeper put down the teacup in his hand, and a trace of shock appeared on his face. "That's right. These reckless barbarians even said that they would fight against the Overlord force to the end. They even used a few elixir weapons and liquefied Yuan to trick a few idiots into working for them. They wanted to tempt us, but I naturally wouldn't agree. The barbarians fighting against the Overlord force is like an egg hitting a mountain. They can't even withstand a single blow." The second head said in one breath, and his mouth felt dry. "Oh, so you're saying that you're in cahoots with the barbarians?" The housekeeper picked up the teacup again and took a sip. "We used to be in cahoots, but after knowing that they dared to disrespect the Overlord force, we completely turned against them. We turned over a new leaf and supported the Overlord force." The second head raised his voice a lot. "Good, very good. You're really aware." The housekeeper nodded with satisfaction and then asked, "How many people do you have?" "Sir, we have a total of 83 people. Apart from the 8 of us, the other 75 are waiting outside. If you have any orders, we'll do it immediately." A clever Yu Fei finally seized the opportunity to speak. He wanted to show off in front of the housekeeper. From their point of view, this was the prelude to being recruited for meritorious service. More than 80 people. Not bad. The housekeeper nodded with satisfaction. "We have a lot of people and we're strong. We're definitely a powerful force. Sir, you can use us without worry." The 8 people all smiled. "Indeed, more than 80 people. It's enough." The housekeeper nodded and then ignored the 8 people who were excited. He said to the door, "Men, behead these 8 people and the 75 people outside. Hang their heads on the east gate for 3 days. Tell them that this is the result of the barbarians offending the Overlord force." What? The 8 people who were full of joy were instantly dumbfounded. They fell into a daze. "Sir, are you mistaken? We provided clues and traces of the barbarians. You should reward us." The second head reacted the fastest. He knelt down and asked, "Anyone related to the barbarians, leave none alive." The housekeeper's voice was calm, and he drank the tea in the cup. The second head's face turned ashen. At this moment, he finally recognized himself. A mere 80 Yu Fei was nothing in the housekeeper's eyes. Chapter 593. Zi Chen walked out of the Million Treasure Pavilion, feeling much better. Looking at the golden sunlight shining down from the sky, he could not help but reveal a smile. The overlords had ruled the Bedlam land for tens of thousands of years. They had numerous experts and a deep foundation. They were like lofty behemoths that all the other forces had to look up to. And such existences were not something that a lucky barbarian like him could resist with just a few other barbarians. Along the way, Zi Chen seemed relaxed, as if victory was within his grasp. But in fact, his heart was heavy. The 5 overlords were like a huge mountain, pressing down on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. And just now, when he received the almost certain news, the haze in his heart was swept away by a ray of light. Zi Chen liked the analogy of an elephant and an ant very much, because on his side there was also an elephant that they needed to rely on. In the era where elephants did not appear, there were only ants and wolves fighting. And although the chances of ants fighting against wolves were slim, it was not impossible. After coming out of the Million Treasure Pavilion, Ziqin quickly gathered everyone. After 15 minutes, everyone was present. Now, we need to reach the outer region as soon as possible and establish our own force as soon as possible, said Ziqin. When do we depart? Now. Everyone asked. No, we need to split up now. Ziqin looked at everyone and finally looked at Tyrant. He said, Tyrant, we will separate. I will go to the outer region to establish my force. Tyrant, Zhang Haotian, and Demon Ape will stay here to recruit inner core experts. Recruit inner core experts? Now, Tyrant was startled. Yes, recruit inner core experts to join our force. As for the reward, it will be a Dan weapon and 100,000 upper-grade yuan stones for a year. Ziqin nodded. This was the inner core reward he had decided on after thinking for a long time. Are you crazy? We are just recruiting ordinary inner core experts. How can you give us such a high reward? Tyrant stared at Ziqin. In the outer region, Dan weapons were worth a lot. They were much rarer than inner core experts. Plus, 100,000 upper-grade yuan stones a year was more than the leader of a force in the outer region. Furthermore, 100,000 high-grade primal stones were worth more than 1 billion low-grade primal stones. With such a huge amount, not to mention early-stage primal core cultivators, even mid-stage primal core cultivators were more than enough. We robbed them so thoroughly before. Soon, the experts of those forces will catch up with us. A war could break out at any time. This is a war that will cost our lives. 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones is not a high reward. Ziqin continued, if we encounter a core essence cultivator who has undergone a heavenly lightning tribulation, we can increase the reward. Furthermore, we can promise them that when they reach a bottleneck, we will provide them with origin liquefied essence to help them break through. What? Tyrant's expression changed again. The others were no longer calm. Ziqin's offer was too generous. We are enemies with the Overlord forces. If there is no better reward, who will work for you? The 3 of you will stay here. If you see that the situation is not good, take the other Dan essences and leave. We will meet in the outer regions. As soon as he finished speaking, Ziqin led the others and left in a hurry. Time was tight. The core essence cultivators of the enemy forces could appear at any time. There was not much time left for Ziqin. As soon as Ziqin left, the 3 of them started to deal with the matter of recruiting core essence cultivators. Zhang Haotian was not good with words. Other than being cold, there was nothing else he could do. Clearly, he was suitable for standing on the board. As for the devil ape, it was better for him to hide and deal with unexpected situations. 15 minutes later, Tyrant made a 3-meter tall board. On top of it, there were 4 scarlet words, Core Essence Cultivators Recruited. Under the words, there were 2 bigger words, Reward. There were 2 quotation marks in front of the reward. A line of even bigger words was written on top. Core Essence Cultivators Recruited. Reward. 1 elixir weapon, 100,000 upper-grade primal stones for 1 year. The moment such a strange board appeared, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Furthermore, Tyrant had placed the board opposite the 10,000 treasure pavilion. It was impossible for it not to attract attention. What is this? Core Essence Cultivators Recruited? The reward? 100,000 upper-grade primal stones a year, plus 1 elixir weapon? Is this for real? When the crowd saw those scarlet words, they sucked in a breath of cold air. They were shocked that this was a huge sum of money. How can the board Lord Zhang put up be fake? Tyrant glared and looked at the crowd in the sky. He then said loudly, Go and tell all the core essence cultivators you know that Lord Zhang's force wants to expand. Therefore, we are recruiting core essence cultivators. As for the reward, just tell them the truth. This monk, the reward you wrote on the board is real. You are not lying. Someone still could not believe it. The reward was way too extravagant. Don't tell me that Lord Zung is lying to you guys? Tyrant's eyes widened. Then a light flashed in his hand. Shining weapons appeared one after another, surging with the aura of elixir weapons. These are elixir weapons. Oh my God, there are so many of them. A total of 10 elixir weapons were placed in front of them. Their brilliance flashed continuously. Everyone's eyes were wide open. The shock in their hearts did not dissipate for a long time. What are you guys standing there for? Hurry up and spread the news. Tyrant was a little dissatisfied when he saw that everyone was frozen in shock. This Lord Zung, I wonder if you guys want to fly. Yeah, Lord Zung. Although we fly, our combat strength is only slightly weaker than core essence cultivators. We can be of great use. The crowd looked at Tyrant anxiously. They even said that the reward could be lower. Even if they did not want vitality stones, they could just ask for an elixir weapon. Wait until the recruitment. Lord Zung will tell you guys. Now go and spread the news. Here, this is the reward. It was rare for Tyrant to be generous today. He instantly threw out dozens of upper-grade vitality stones, one for each person. The group of Yukong monks took the primordial stones and thanked him profusely. Then they quickly left. Very soon, the news of a Yukong monk recruiting Dan essence cultivators spread throughout the area. Furthermore, the price was so high that it caused many leaders of the various powers to be envious. Zhang Haoqian stood beside the huge wooden board like a guard. He stood upright with a cold face. Tyrant was sitting there leisurely. If someone asked, he would explain calmly. 10 elixir weapons were placed in front of them. Such real objects were placed here, shining brightly. The shock it brought was incomparably huge. It was more effective than any explanation. Soon, some Dan Yuan cultivators rushed over after hearing the news. When they saw the 10 Dan weapons in front of them, their pupils shrank. Light flashed in their eyes, and when their eyes landed on the huge stone tablet, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Tyrant, is what is written on it real? A core essence cultivator in blue clothes walked out from the crowd and asked Tyrant directly. Tyrant glanced at him and said lightly, I am not a monk. I am Lord Zung. What? Core essence cultivator looked at Tyrant with a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Tyrant did not deliberately suppress his strength. He was only at the peak of Zephyr Realm. Calling someone at the peak of Zephyr Realm as Lord Zung was obviously an insult to core essence. Forget it if you don't understand. Next core essence, come here. Tyrant looked very casual, as if he did not care at all. Hee, I am just joking. Isn't it just calling me Lord Zung? Core essence cultivator's eyes flashed. He turned his face and asked with a smile, Lord Zung, may I ask if the scarlet words written on it are real? Of course. As long as you join our force, you can take away the elixir weapons now. Tyrant said, if the elixir weapons are taken away, what about the 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones? Core essence cultivators' eyes were filled with joy. The 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones will be settled at the end of the year. What? Only once a year? What if you go back on your words and don't give us the primordial stones? Tyrant smiled faintly and said, after a year, as long as you are still alive, we promise to pay you the 100,000 upper-grade primordial stones. Not one less. What do you mean? Is it dangerous to join your force? Core Essence's face turned ugly. With such a high reward, of course we have to fight. If we die, we can't blame others. Tyrant still explained patiently. Aren't you cheating us? You want us to work for you for a year for nothing. If we die before the year is up, you don't have to give us a single primordial stone. Core Essence was very dissatisfied. He did not suppress his voice and deliberately spread it out. Then the other Core Essence cultivators in the crowd echoed his dissatisfaction. Tyrant raised his head and looked at them. He asked faintly, if this doesn't work, then what do you think we should do? Give us the 100,000 upper grade primordial stones first. Only after we get the elixir weapons will we work for you wholeheartedly. Core Essence hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "That's right. This is the best way. Once we see the primordial stones, we will feel at ease. Even if we have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, we are willing to do it." At this moment, another 2 Core Essence cultivators walked out from the crowd. "What do you think of this method?" Tyrant looked at them. "Of course it's good." The 3 of them nodded at the same time. "Good. Take the elixir weapons. As for the upper grade primordial stones, I can give them to you now." Tyrant was very generous. The 3 of them quickly chose their elixir weapons, but their eyes kept glancing at the other elixir weapons. There was a strange light in their eyes. At this moment, Tyrant waved his big hand in the air 3 times. 3 piles of primordial stones appeared on the ground. These primordial stones were all upper grade primordial stones. They emitted an extremely rich primordial chi. There were 3 piles of them, shining brightly and dazzling. Looking at these primordial stones, the 3 Core Essence cultivators were stunned. In the distance, the other cultivators in the sky fell into a daze. Obviously, everyone was shocked by Tyrant's generosity. The 3 Core Essence cultivators reacted quickly. In less than 3 breaths of time, they took away all the primordial stones. Then, the 3 of them looked at each other and saw the cold smile in each other's eyes. After that, the 3 of them turned around and left. "You took my primordial stones and elixir weapons. You should listen to our orders and stay here. Are you going back on your words after taking the primordial stones?" Tyrant stood up and said to the 3 of them. There was a hint of panic in his voice. "We still have something to do at home. We need to arrange it." The 3 of them turned around and looked at Tyrant mockingly. "Then you shouldn't have taken the elixir weapons and primordial stones. You should have arranged everything and taken them when you could leave." Tyrant spoke again. He was no longer confident, and his voice began to tremble. "Idiot. You want to stay and take the other elixir weapons?" Looking at Tyrant's cowardice, one of the Core Essence cultivators sneered and went straight to the other elixir weapons. Chapter 594. The monk was only in the Zephyr realm. Under normal circumstances, a single inner Dan cultivator would be able to defeat him. Therefore, the 3 inner Dan cultivators colluded to cheat the monk of his elixir weapons and vitality stones. Each of them had a weapon and 100,000 upper-grade vitality stones. This was a huge sum, enough for them to live a carefree life for a long time. The 3 of them planned to leave after cheating. However, the monk's cowardice made them change their minds. They turned around and looked at the other 7 elixir weapons. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. The 3 of them were showing their true colors. "What are you guys trying to do?" The monk took a step back and looked at the 3 of them cautiously. Zhang Haotian stood straight beside the wooden sign. He looked cold and had no intention of interfering. It was as if it was his duty to look at the wooden sign. "Idiot, what do you think we are doing?" The 3 of them sneered and turned around to grab the rest of the elixir weapons. "You guys want to snatch my elixir weapons?" The monk's face suddenly changed. "This is not snatching, this is taking." One of the inner Dan cultivators sneered. Just a moment ago, he was talking about Lord Zhang, but in the blink of an eye he was terrified. The Zephyrs' faces were filled with regret. If they knew that the other party was a rich and brainless coward, they would have attacked first. Moreover, fighting was prohibited in the market. Even if they snatched something, this coward would not dare to attack. Other than the Zephyrs, there were also some inner Dan cultivators around. They were just watching coldly without any intention of fighting. However, the flickering light in their eyes told the crowd that they were not calm at all. "How dare you snatch my things in the market? Are you guys not afraid of death?" Seeing that 6 of the 7 elixir weapons were snatched away and the 3 of them were still fighting for the last one, the monk suddenly shouted, "Death? Hee, monk, you are the one who wants me dead." The inner Dan cultivator who snatched the last elixir weapon turned around and sneered at the monk. At the same time, he stretched his head forward and said mockingly, "Monk, don't you want me dead? Come, hit me here. Let's see if you have the guts." The inner Dan cultivator was not afraid at all. This was the market. No one would dare to fight here. Even if the monk attacked first, he could kill him in the next moment. As for the other 2 core essence realm experts, they were also hugging their arms and watching the show. Today's harvest was really too great. They were somewhat beside themselves with joy. In the distance, a few cultivators in the crowd who knew the story of Shang and Zichin looked at the 3 primordial core cultivators with pity. This monk was not afraid when he and Zichin were hunted down by dozens of primordial core cultivators. How could he be scared by 3 mere primordial core cultivators? Obviously, the monk was pretending to be a coward to set an example for others. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Looking at Dan Yuan's head, Tyrant suddenly said coldly, "Ha, come on." Dan Yuan stretched his head forward again and said jokingly. The void in front of Dan Yuan suddenly broke open silently. A pitch-black stick shadow appeared from the void. The stick shadow emitted a powerful aura. With great power, it struck Dan Yuan's head with lightning speed. Bang! Immediately after, the shadow of the staff fell, and a muffled explosion rang out. Blood splattered everywhere as the core origin cultivator was smashed into pieces. The core weapon and spirit ring in his hand, as well as the Dan Yuan energy in his body, fell into the minced flesh. It was a shocking scene. After the shadow of the staff, a tall demonic figure walked out of the void. He held a black stick in his hand. His eyes were red, and his body was surging with cold, killing intent. Such a scene was naturally out of everyone's expectations. Everyone stared at the demonic beast that dared to attack in the market, and the 2 primordial core cultivators who were hugging their arms and watching the show were completely dumbfounded. The other party had smashed a primordial core cultivator with 1 hit of the stick. Moreover, the strength was very precise, only shattering the body and not the core origin cultivator. Just this control of strength alone was enough to make the 2 primordial core cultivators shocked. "How dare you steal our things? You're courting death." The corner of the demonic ape's mouth twitched, revealing a sinister smile. Then he raised the black stick in his hand and smashed it down again. A sharp whistling sound rang out, and the space around them began to shake violently. The black stick continued to descend, and Dan Yuan's face was filled with shock. He wanted to dodge in horror, but he suddenly discovered that his body was no longer under his control. The surging energy in his body also suddenly receded like a tide. Pum! With a face full of despair, the black stick smashed down, causing another huge tremor. The 2nd primordial core cultivator was smashed. The perfect control of strength allowed the energy of the primordial core to be preserved. In the blink of an eye, 2 primordial core cultivators were killed. As for the 3rd primordial core cultivator, his face was full of fear. He said in horror, You dare to attack in the market!" Boom! The black stick in the demonic ape's hand smashed down for the 3rd time, still carrying a strong force. With a loud explosion, the 3rd primordial core cultivator was smashed. 3 strikes to kill 3 primordial core cultivators could be said to be clean, decisive, and ruthless. It shocked everyone present. Moreover, the strength that the demonic ape displayed was only in the air. What a bunch of idiots. How dare you steal things in the market? Seems like you don't want to live anymore. Just in the dead silence, the monk who was previously thought to be a coward spoke. He then took a few steps forward and picked up the spirit rings, elixir weapons, and primordial core from the dismembered corpses. With that, everyone came to their senses and looked around. They were looking for the controller of the market. With such a big commotion and the killing of people, they must have heard the commotion and would appear to punish the other party. However, after waiting for a long time, the controller did not appear. For a moment, many people's expressions changed. They were all guessing if the monk was related to the controller of the market. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the top floor of the Wan Bao Pavilion. Fighting is prohibited in the market. You juniors have violated the rules. Banish. As soon as the words were spoken, a gust of wind appeared from the Wan Bao Pavilion. It then swept up the monk, the demonic ape, Zhang Haotian, and the wooden tablet, and flew out of the market. In a moment, there was no one left. Even the dismembered corpses were gone. The ground was clean. The group of cultivators in the distance were completely dumbfounded. They killed people in the market, but they were only banished. Outside the market, in an open space, the monk and the others appeared again. This time they were more direct. In front of them were 10 elixir weapons. Behind the weapons were 10 energy primordial cores, and on both sides were 300,000 upper-grade primordial stones. Such a swaggering, brazen, and overbearing manner made the group of cultivators who followed behind change their expressions. A strange light flashed in their eyes. Zi Qin led the group of cultivators back to the outer region. Due to the lack of time, they traveled day and night without stopping. Along the way, they encountered bandits who didn't know what was good for them, and they were quickly killed with lightning speed. The journey that was supposed to take more than a month only took them 10 days to reach the outer region. Compared to 2 years ago, other than the number of cultivators in the outer region, there were no other changes. When they reached the outer region, Zi Chen's target was very clear. He went straight to the mine guarded by the Wild Wolf gang. As for Wild Wolf and Black Wind, ever since they failed to kill Zi Chen, they returned from the depths of the region and continued to control their own forces. However, as they interacted with each other along the way, their relationship gradually improved. After that, they joined forces with Wild Wolf Stronghold and Black Wind Cave, forming a new force called Black Wolf Stronghold. With 2 primal core cultivators working together, the Black Wolf gang became the undisputed overlord of the outer region in just 2 years. Moreover, this force continued to expand. It looked like it was going to swallow up other forces and become the ruler of the outer region. The Wild Wolf gang was guarding a crystal mine. The mine produced materials for refining spiritual weapons, but occasionally there would be some high-quality crystals that could be used to refine spiritual weapons. In the outer region, where resources were scarce, the value of this crystal mine was even higher than that of a primal stone mine. Early in the morning, the Zephyrs of the Black Wolf gang had gathered. There were more than 200 Zephyrs. Among them, there were 4 primal core cultivators. Apart from that, there were also 2 primal core cultivators. Clearly, they were preparing to attack and rob other forces. Wild Wolf, get out here. Suddenly, an indifferent voice came from the horizon. Over 200 Zephyrs and the 2 primal core cultivators raised their heads and looked towards the horizon in confusion. In the outer region, apart from Black Wind, it seemed like only the opposing forces dared to call out the Wild Wolf gang's name directly. All of a sudden, the Zephyrs became alert. Even the 2 primal core cultivators frowned and looked towards the horizon. A group of figures appeared in the horizon. The one in the lead was a young man riding a strange beast. Behind him was a group of people. However, after sensing the surging aura around these people, everyone's expression changed. Then, anger appeared in their eyes, because they realized that these people were just Zephyrs. There was not a single primal core cultivator among them. How dare you? One of the Zephyrs shouted angrily, "Is our gang leader's name something you can call out? You dare to call our gang leader's name directly? Are you looking for death?" The other Zephyrs also shouted angrily. Meanwhile, the 2 primal core cultivators looked at Zi Chen's group with a cold light in their eyes. "Wild Wolf, Your old friends are here, yet you don't want to see them. Are you going to be a rat for the rest of your life? Zi-Chin sat on the back of the dragon tiger and rushed forward. He did not care about the Zephyrs at all. He directly rushed towards the building not far from the Zephyrs. How dare you disrespect our gang leader? Kill. Do it. Kill without mercy. Stop right there. Die. Zi-Chin ignored them. This made the Zephyrs furious. Then they all shouted and signaled the other Zephyrs to attack. Surging energy instantly began to surge. Streaks of spirit weapons flashed. In an instant, close to 100 Zephyrs attacked Zi-Chin. The spirit weapons were like raindrops. They appeared in the sky and shot towards Zi-Chin. Roar! Zi-Chin did not move. Instead, the dragon tiger below him let out a shocking roar. A transparent energy ripple spread out in all directions with the dragon tiger as the center. Bang! Bang! Wherever the ripple passed, there was an explosion. The energy attacks were all shattered. At the same time, the spirit weapons that were rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed also became dim after the energy ripple. They fell down. The dragon tiger beast let out a loud roar and dispersed all the attacks. If it wasn't for Zi-Chin intentionally telling him to stop, all these spirit weapons would have been shattered. Because of the dragon tiger's roar, the scene suddenly became dead silent. All the cultivators looked at the man and the beast in shock. This also included the 2 Primal Core cultivators who had just entered the Primal Core realm. Chapter 595. Zi-Chen's voice was like rolling thunder exploding in the sky. Although it was not as shocking as the dragon's roar or tiger's roar, it was still extremely penetrating. The group of flying warriors was already in a daze, each and every one of them looking at Zi-Chin in shock. The 2 inner core experts who had just entered the inner core realm were also incomparably shocked. Zi-Chin, you are Zi-Chin! Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the group of flying warriors. Someone had recognized Zi-Chin. What? He is Zi-Chin? He is the one who killed inner core experts in the flying warrior realm and stole the essence liquid. Zi-Chin. 2 years ago, the news of Zi-Chin and Tyrant killing the 3rd head and stealing the essence liquid had already been secretly spread. Moreover, almost everyone knew that the 2 big creditors had chased each other for thousands of miles, but to no avail, and had returned in despair. Previously, they thought it was just a rumor. How could a mere flying warrior kill an inner core expert? But now, after hearing Longhu's roar, they believed it. Moreover, the other party dared to call Wild Wolf by his name, obviously not putting him in his eyes. Wild Wolf, if you don't come out, I will slaughter everyone here. Zi-Chin did not have much time left and did not want to waste it here. Therefore, his shout this time was filled with killing intent. The group of flying warriors changed their expressions upon hearing this. Even the 2 inner core experts paled. Boom! Boom! From Wild Wolf's residence, 2 powerful auras gushed out in an instant. Then, as the void trembled, 2 figures rushed out from below at extreme speed, rushing toward Zi-Chin. These 2 people were none other than the 2 leaders of the Black Wolf stronghold, Wild Wolf and Black Wind. Seeing the 2 of them together, Zi-Chin was instantly overjoyed. Originally, after finding Wild Wolf, he was going to find Black Wind. Now that the 2 of them were together, it saved him a lot of time. However, the 2 did not seem to welcome his arrival. The moment they appeared in the sky, they launched an attack towards Zi-Chin. The combined might of the 2 fort masters was naturally powerful, but this also allowed the people in the air to see that Zi-Chin was not ordinary. Otherwise, the 2 fort masters who had not fought for a long time would not have chosen to work together. Zi-Chin didn't move at all. He just sat on Longhu's back with a faint smile on his face as he looked down at the 2 of them. He didn't move at all, completely looking down on them. Just as the 2 of them were about to charge over, Longhu raised his 2 front claws high into the air. His entire body glowed, and a surge of energy surged on his claws. Then he treated the sky as the ground as he stomped on it. Boom! As he took a step forward, the air trembled like the earth. Then it tore apart continuously. A black crack visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions, with Longhu's claws as the center. The cracks spread out like a spider web, and during this time, a terrifying energy landed on the bodies of the two fort masters who were rushing forward. The two of them had charged over at an extremely fast speed with powerful auras. However, with a single step from Longhu, they fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed. Two large, human-shaped pits appeared on the ground amidst two loud bangs. TSK, it seems like it's been more than a year, but your strength doesn't seem to have improved at all. You're still so weak. Ziqin shook his head and smacked his lips as he looked at the two human-shaped craters on the ground. There was a smile on his face. As for the surrounding people in the air, the people in the air who were abnormally excited by the appearance of the two fort masters instantly became lifeless after Longhu's attack. They were completely petrified. Two more bangs rang out from the ground, and the two miserable-looking fort masters rushed out. The two of them stood in the air, facing Ziqin from afar. Flames of anger surged in their eyes as they stared at Ziqin. Ziqin, what is the meaning of this? Wild Wolf asked coldly. Heifeng also stared coldly at Ziqin. Both of their faces were gloomy. Nothing. It's just that I haven't seen you in a long time, and I miss you very much. I want to see if your strength has improved. TSK, but it seems that you have disappointed me. Ziqin looked down at the two of them, his eyes full of ridicule. You came here today just to humiliate us. The two of them had ugly expressions. Of course not. Ziqin shook his head slightly, then said, I'm here to take you in. Take us in? The two of them were stunned when they heard that. The other cultivators in the air also looked at Ziqin in puzzlement. To be precise, I'm only here to take you Dan Essence cultivators in. I'll take you in to work for me in the future. Ziqin was very direct. Take us in to work for you? On what basis? Heifeng said coldly. In your dreams. Wild Wolf was even more direct. LV Peng. Ziqin just chuckled, then glanced at LV Peng beside him. LV Peng nodded and took a few steps to stand in front of Ziqin. He looked at the two cultivators in front of him. Light flashed in his hand, and a ball of 7-colored liquid appeared in his palm. The liquid was resplendent, and the 7 colors swirled above LV Peng's palm. Is this enough? Ziqin smiled. This is liquefied elemental essence. When the two cultivators saw the liquefied elemental essence in LV Peng's hand, their eyes instantly widened, and even their breaths became hurried. Liquefied elemental essence was something they yearned for even in their dreams. It was also the only shortcut for them to break through. With liquefied elemental essence, they could break through to the middle stage of the inner core realm and become a true expert in the Bedlam lands. Since missing out on liquefied elemental essence a year ago, the two of them had taken over several loads of elemental stones in the past year or so. During this time, they had mobilized a large number of true energy boundary miners to continuously dig underground. However, it turned out that not every load contained liquefied elemental essence. During this period of time, the two of them had almost gone crazy from wanting liquefied elemental essence, but they had never obtained a single drop. At this moment, when they saw the other side so easily take out so much liquefied elemental essence, their expressions became extremely complicated. Hurried breaths instantly rang out in the sky. When the other cultivators saw the liquefied elemental essence, their expressions also changed, greed appearing in their eyes. Wild Wolf and Heifeng looked at Ziqin, then at the other cultivators. Their expressions constantly changed, as if they were making some kind of comparison in their hearts. Zichen only smiled and did not say anything. In the end, the two's breathing calmed down, and the greed on their faces disappeared. Their expressions also returned to normal, but then they became depressed again. Haha, you two are indeed disappointing. I originally thought that with so many people, you two would still have the guts to fight for it. Zichen smiled faintly. However, such calm and indifferent words made the two of them feel a chill in their hearts. They forcibly suppressed the greed in their hearts and did not lose their minds. From now on, you'll work for me, and I'll give you endless resources to enjoy, Zichen said indifferently. The two's depressed expressions turned into hesitation. After a moment of silence, Heifeng asked, "Endless resources? Does that include liquefied elemental essence?" "Not only liquefied elemental essence, but also treasured pills," Zichen emphasized. "Treasured pills? You mean the treasured pills that can bring the dead back to life as long as there's still a breath left? You'll give us treasured pills?" The two of them were extremely shocked. They had once entered the depths to hunt down Zichen and had seen the auction. Naturally, they knew the value of a treasured pill. At that time, Zichen and Tyrant had bid for one. For the two of them, it was a sky-high price. Of course, I recruited you to fight, not to let you die. Naturally, I'll give you treasured pills to save your lives. Zichen looked at the two of them, his voice suddenly becoming indifferent. "I don't have much time. You'd better decide quickly." Given both liquefied elemental essence and treasured pills, they'd be idiots if they didn't agree. The two of them were overjoyed, but when they agreed, Heifeng suddenly asked, "What if we don't agree?" "Haha, if you don't agree, we'll kill you immediately." Zichen's cold and decisive words made the two of them shiver involuntarily. They didn't doubt the authenticity of Zichen's words at all. "Fine, we agree to work for you. From now on, our lives belong to you, Zichen. We'll be at your disposal," the two of them said solemnly. Zichen nodded in satisfaction, then asked, "If I give you enough liquefied elemental essence, how long will it take for you to break through?" "A few days." The two of them were startled. They looked at each other and shook their heads. "A few days is too short. Even if we have liquefied elemental essence, it won't be enough. It'll take at least half a month." "Half a month is too long. My time is limited." Zichen shook his head. Then, as if recalling something, a Jindan essence appeared in his hand with a flash of light. Zichen held it and asked, "What if I add this?" "This is a mid-Jindan essence." When they felt the heart-palpitating aura from the Jindan essence, the two of them instantly widened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with disbelief, so much so that they forgot to answer Zichen's question. "Will it be faster if I add this?" Zichen didn't appreciate their shock and asked again. "It will be faster, about 7 days." The two of them pondered for a moment before replying. "If I give you enough mid-grade liquefied elemental essence and add this mid-Jindan essence, will you be able to break through in 3 days?" The shock the two of them had experienced today seemed to have reached its limit. When they heard that there would be enough mid-grade liquefied elemental essence, they only swallowed a mouthful of saliva before nodding resolutely. "Yes, definitely." A drop of mid-grade liquefied elemental essence was enough to recover one's energy. With a mid-Jindan essence and enough mid-grade liquefied elemental essence, even a pig would be able to break through. "Good, you two will enter secluded cultivation in 3 days. Now do something for me first," Zichen indifferently said. There was a hint of pressure in his voice. "What is it?" the two of them respectfully asked. Zichen waved his hand, and dozens of weapons appeared in front of him. The aura that made one's heart palpitate spread throughout the area. Everyone was shocked once again, because these were all elixir weapons. While the appearance of dozens of elixir weapons shocked the crowd, Wild Wolf and Heifeng were also stunned. They looked at Zi-Chun in confusion. Take these elixir weapons and recruit all the Jindan experts in this area. Tell them that if they follow me, apart from one elixir weapon, they will be rewarded with 100,000 high-grade liquefied elemental stones per year. What? Although the two of them were already shocked beyond words. After hearing Zi-Chen's words, they were still shocked. 100,000 high-grade liquefied elemental stones per person per year. This was really a big deal. It was much more than what he, the head of the family, earned. Chapter 596. The high-end treatment Zi-Chen gave made the two petrified instantly. After a long time, the two woke up from their petrified state. Such treatment was enough to make them risk their lives. Haifeng asked again, "What if there are stubborn people who are not willing?" This was just a casual question from Haifeng. He believed that the treatment Zi-Chen gave could move every elixir essence. Unexpectedly, when Zi-Chen heard this, he actually said coldly, "Then kill them. I want you to gather all the alchemy essences in this area within 3 days. After 3 days, I hope that all the alchemy essences that I see will be useful to me." Zi-Chen's words could be said to be extremely domineering. His words also revealed decisiveness and ruthlessness. To put it bluntly, Zi-Chen only gave the core origins of this area 2 choices. One was to obey and enjoy high-end treatment. The other was to resist and die. Such a decisive and even extreme recruitment made the two frown slightly. Then Haifeng asked respectfully, "Sir, why are you in such a hurry to recruit elixir essence? Is there something urgent?" "I offended a big force in the inner area. They have sent elixir essence and should be here soon. I don't have enough people, so I have to gather more elixir essence to restrain them. This is a battle of elixir essence. It's useless to fly, so I need more elixir essence to fight." Zi-Chen did not hide and said honestly. Zi-Chen's honesty made the two of them feel more at ease. There's no need to hide when you go to recruit elixir essence. Just tell the truth. Those who are willing to come can stay. Those who are unwilling can be sent on their way. The two nodded. They finally understood that such high-end treatment was not so easy to get. They had to work hard or die. "Go and do this now. Longhu will go with you. The faster the better. If anyone dares to resist, kill them directly. No need to be polite. You must bring back all the elixir essence in 3 days." The two nodded and did not waste any more time. They turned into auroras and left. Longhu quickly followed. However, not long after, Haifeng actually turned back. He looked like he had something to say, but hesitated. "Yes." Zi-Chen looked at him. "My lord, if you really need a lot of Dan essence, there is a place you can try. There is a lot of Dan essence there, but just what? It's just that although their strength is at the inner core level, they have not experienced the heavenly thunder tribulation. They have the strength of inner core level, but they do not have the powerful battle strength of inner core level. Just like the two of them, they are just ordinary inner core level cultivators." Haifeng looked at the inner core level cultivators beside him. These were the 2 primal core cultivators from before. Now they were following Zi-Chen and had successfully obtained the elixir weapon. In the path of cultivation, the inner core realm was the first tribulation. After reaching the full circle of the Zephyr realm, one would have to go through the heavenly lightning tribulation and reach the inner core realm. It was an indisputable fact that every cultivator had to undergo heavenly lightning tribulation in order to reach the inner core realm. But ever since he came to the Bedlam lands, Zi-Chen found it strange that many inner core experts were able to reach the inner core realm without undergoing heavenly lightning tribulation. Although their battle prowess was not strong, the Jindan essence in their bodies was genuine Jindan essence. What is going on? How can they reach the inner core realm without undergoing heavenly lightning tribulation? Zi-Chen asked puzzledly. Zi-Chen only knew one thing to avoid heavenly lightning tribulation, and that was the tribulation avoidance pill. However, the cost of this pill was not cheap, and the price was even higher. Most Zephyrs could not afford it, and Zichen had never seen such a pill for sale in the Bedlam lands. That is the most unique place in the Bedlam lands. It is called the Core Formation Pavilion. All Zephyr Great Circle cultivators can avoid heavenly lightning tribulation and reach the inner core realm as long as they reach there. What? Zichen was stunned, and his expression changed. There is actually such a magical place in this world. Hei Feng nodded and said, "That place is very mysterious. It is said that it appeared in the Bedlam lands on its own after the lightning tribulation. But there are pros and cons. The inner core cultivators who come out of the Core Formation Pavilion have weaker battle prowess than ordinary inner core cultivators, and their potential will also be suppressed. If they do not have a fortuitous encounter, it will be difficult for them to improve their cultivation. It doesn't matter if their battle prowess is weak, as long as there are a lot of them." Zichen waved his hand and said, "Tell me where that place is." "My lord, don't be hasty. Let me finish first. Although this Core Formation Pavilion is magical, it has always been under the control of the overlords. Moreover, there are also experts from the overlords guarding that place." "Overlords? What are they guarding there for? Could it be that they want to recruit inner core cultivators? But haven't they all gone through heavenly lightning tribulation?" Zichen asked, puzzled. One must know that the requirements of the overlords were very strict. They would not accept ordinary inner core cultivators. No, they are not trying to recruit them. They are only guarding that place to collect yuan stones. At the same time, they are also guarding against others who want to occupy that place. Hei Feng hastily said, "Collect yuan stones." "Yes, my lord." "Every Zephyr who goes in has to pay 100,000 low-grade yuan stones." Behind Zichen, an inner core cultivator respectfully said, "But the main purpose of the overlords guarding that place is not to collect yuan stones, but to prevent other forces from occupying that place, so that they can gather an army of inner core cultivators." This explanation was immediately understood by Zichen. In this chaotic land, ordinary inner core cultivators were the most numerous. Although they were not strong individually, once they formed an army, they would be extremely terrifying. The chaotic land had been under the control of the overlords for many years, and there had not been any large-scale battles. Therefore, if the overlords were to call back these inner core cultivators, it would only increase their burden. As for the other forces in Chaos City, they did not have the capital to start a war, so they would not want these ordinary inner core cultivators. Therefore, these inner core cultivators were divided up and scattered to various regions, and then consumed by killing each other. How many overlords are guarding that place? After understanding all this, Zichen already had a plan in mind. These inner core cultivators might be burdensome to others, but to the rich Zichen it was not a problem at all. "My lord, there is only one person, but he has the strength of a mid-stage inner core cultivator." The inner core cultivator behind Zichen spoke. Hei Feng had already left to recruit other inner core cultivators. As for the remaining details, the two inner core cultivators explained them to Zichen. After a while, Zichen completely understood. Moreover, the Core Formation Pavilion was not far from here. If Zichen traveled at his fastest speed, he could reach it in a day. Zichen glanced at the crowd, and finally his gaze landed on Wang Qiong. He said, "I will leave for a few days. You all can stay here, right? Don't worry. Even if we meet a mid-stage inner core cultivator, we can still fight." Wang Qiong nodded. "Good. You all go find a place to set up the formation in these few days. I will be back soon." As soon as Zichen finished speaking, the heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. As the wings flapped, he led an inner core cultivator to the Core Formation Pavilion. Hei Feng and Wild Wolf led Longhu to the first big force 50,000 miles away. It was a new force called the Wan Shan sect. The sect leader, Wan Shan, was an inner core cultivator who had withstood the heavenly thunder tribulation. He was very strong. Moreover, he had 2 inner core cultivators who had withstood the heavenly thunder tribulation. Together with the other inner core cultivators, their overall strength was almost comparable to the Black Wolf Bastion. Today, the Black Wolf Bastion had gathered people to attack a primordial stone mine of the Wan Shan sect. The 50,000 miles journey was quickly covered by the fast speed. Looking at the buildings in the mountain and the flickering figures, Wild Wolf immediately shouted, "Wan Shan, come out!" Yukong of the Wan Shan sect in the mountain did not recognize Wild Wolf and Heifeng. However, when he felt the inner core aura surging from them, he was extremely shocked. "Wild Wolf, Black Wind, what are you 2 doing here? You even brought an exotic beast with you. Are you here to deliver me a mount?" A loud and clear voice rang out from the mountain. Then 5 figures flew out from the mountain. All of them were surging with inner core aura. The leader was the sect leader of the Wan Shan sect, Wan Shan. He was a middle-aged man with a strong body and big eyes. Since they were enemies, the 5 of them looked at Wild Wolf and Heifeng with unfriendly expressions. "Are you 2 here to send me a mount?" Wan Shan asked again with a loud voice. Roar. Wan Shan's disrespect made Long Hu furious. He roared into the sky. Under the shocking roar of the dragon and tiger, Long Hu's body glowed. He took a step in the air and the void began to crack like the earth. The cracks spread out like a spider web. The 5 of them were shocked by Long Hu's power. They kept retreating until they were outside of the crack. Then they looked at Long Hu in shock. Puff! Long Hu snorted. Suddenly, a blazing flame spewed out and spread in all directions. Seeing the entire void distorting crazily because of the flame, Wan Shan and the others were even more frightened. "Wan Shan, your Wan Shan sect has more than 5 inner core experts, right? Call them all out. I have something to say today." Long Hu's display of strength shocked the crowd, and the people below were stunned. Amid the dead silence, Heifeng spoke at the right time. "Heifeng, what do you mean? Our Wan Shan sect is not afraid of your Black Wolf stronghold. You want to order us around? No way." Although there was still fear in Wan Shan's eyes, his voice was still loud. "The Black Wolf stronghold no longer exists from today onwards. The 2 of us have joined other forces. Today, we are here to ask you to join us." As soon as Heifeng finished speaking, the 5 inner core experts widened their eyes in disbelief. "What did you say?" Wan Shan asked with his eyes wide open. The Black Wolf stronghold had almost become the overlord of the outer region. It could be said that they were an existence that could call the wind and summon the rain. How could they join other forces? "See, this is Long Hu, the mount of our master. Although it is only in the flight realm, it will have no problem trampling you to death." Feng pointed at the mighty Long Hu. Looking at Long Hu, Wan Shan's mouth could not help but twitch. The other party was indeed terrifyingly strong, so strong that it made him fearful. Moreover, Wan Shan actually felt a suppressive aura from the other party that came from the soul. Seeing that they were silent for a long time, Heifeng spoke again. "Before coming here, our master said that you only have 2 choices. One is to obey and the other is to die. You are threatening us." Wan Shan's aura began to surge. The other 4 inner core experts were also very alert. Heifeng shook his head and said, "This is not a threat. This is the truth. P.S. It seems that today is Christmas, so it must be past midnight." Chapter 597. The truth made Wan Shan and the others' faces turn ugly. However, Heifeng didn't seem to notice, or maybe he didn't care even if he did. He continued, "We have more than 10 primordial core realm cultivators in the Black Wolf Bastion. We are only here to recruit you along with Long Hu." Recruitment? You will die if you don't agree. Is this the attitude of recruitment? I don't agree. Wan Shan said loudly. At the same time, 6 primordial core realm cultivators rushed out from the mountain below. They flew over and stood behind Wan Shan. They looked at the 3 coldly with murderous intent surging around them. There were 11 primordial core realm cultivators in total. 6 of them had elixir weapons, while the other 5 were barehanded. Hei Feng and Yi Lang were still calm in the face of such obvious hostility. Hei Feng took out 5 elixir weapons from his spirit ring and threw them to the 5 primordial core realm cultivators who didn't have elixir weapons. The 5 of them caught the elixir weapons subconsciously. They were stunned. Hei Feng, what is the meaning of this? Wan Shan said loudly. Obviously, he was also confused by Hei Feng's actions. Nothing. I am just passing on the words of my master. He wants to tell you about the benefits of recruitment. Hei Feng paused and said, My master said that the benefits of recruiting primordial core realm cultivators are 1 elixir weapon and 100,000 upper grade primordial stones a year. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard the number. They opened their eyes wide and looked at Hei Feng in disbelief. Wan Shan shouted, Hei Feng, do you think we are monkeys? 100,000 upper grade primordial stones a year? I think it is 100,000 lower grade primordial stones. Hei Feng shook his head and said indifferently, You don't have to worry about this. I am sure that it is 100,000 upper grade primordial stones. It doesn't matter if it is a yearly payment or a monthly payment. However, you have to agree. My master needs primordial core realm cultivators to fight. He has made it clear before we came that anyone who refuses will be killed. All right, you know the benefits and consequences. As for life or death, you can choose. Hei Feng and Yi Lang took a few steps back and left the battlefield to Longhu. The expressions of the 11 primordial core realm cultivators kept changing. They seemed to be hesitating. Longhu's cultivation was only in the air. They all had elixir weapons in their hands, but they were still terrified of him. Moreover, as their attention fell on Longhu, they realized that Longhu's head was extremely similar to the legendary divine dragon. This discovery caused their expressions to change again. Do you believe that it can deal with all of us? Wan Shan held the elixir weapon. His gaze swept past Longhu and landed on Hei Feng. We still need to go and recruit the Dan essences of other forces. We don't have much time. You'd better make your choice quickly. This time it was Wild Wolf who spoke. He seemed a little impatient. You. Wan Shan's expression turned even uglier. The 11 of them could not make a decision for a long time, and Longhu was also impatient. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed around his body, and a powerful aura surged out of his body. Then his body turned into a beam of light, and with a step in the air, he rushed toward the 11 primal core cultivators. Boom! It was as if they had been hit by a super powerful cannonball. With a loud explosion, the 11 Dan Essence stage experts were sent flying. Screams rang out in the sky, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. The 11 of them were sent flying, and their bodies smashed into the mountain below with a loud bang. Among them, one of the ordinary Dan Essence stage experts was even killed by Longhu's attack. The 10 Dan Essence stage experts stood up one after another. When they saw the dead Dan Essence stage expert, their expressions changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear and shock. Submit or die. Longhu's cold eyes swept across the group of Dan Essence stage experts below, and his body surged with unrestrained, killing intent. Submit, we choose to submit. Longhu's powerful strength deeply shocked them, and the 10 Dan Essence stage experts hurriedly agreed. Even Wild Wolf and Hei Feng were shocked when they saw the 11 Dan Essence stage experts being sent flying, and one of them even died. The 2 of them looked at each other, and at the same time, They were glad that they had made the right choice. The 10 of them were successfully recruited, and then they obediently followed the 3 of them to find the next force. With the powerful Longhu around, the recruitment would obviously be very smooth. Flapping the heavenly thunder wings, Zichen rushed at full speed. It only took him a day to reach the core formation pavilion. "My lord, the core formation pavilion is in front." Dan Essence pointed at the peak in front of them and said, respectfully. It was a towering mountain peak, but half of it had been forcefully chopped off by a sharp blade. The core formation pavilion was located on top of it. "My lord, flying is not allowed here. Everyone who comes here has to walk up the stairs. That Dan Essence stage expert is on the peak." Dan Essence also told him that there was a rule here and other Dan Essence stage experts were not allowed to come close. "My lord, please go up. I will wait here." Dan Essence said respectfully, then turned and left. Zichen nodded and walked straight up the stone stairs. The stone stairs meandered to the peak, but it was very narrow and only allowed one person to walk. Zichen originally thought that there was something strange about the stone stairs, and that it could be used to test one's cultivation. However, when he stepped on it, it was just like walking on ordinary stone stairs, and there was nothing special about it. During this time, Zichen also saw many cultivators at the peak of the Zephyr realm, climbing up the stone stairs, one step at a time, as they walked towards the peak. These were all Zephyrs who feared the heavenly lightning tribulation. They had chosen to form their core here. If they did not have a fortuitous encounter, they would be stuck at the early Dan Essence stage and would never be able to reach the middle Dan Essence stage. Suddenly, a ray of light flew over Zichen's head. It was a human figure, and the aura of Dan Essence stage surged around him. "Haha! I have finally broken through to the Dan Essence stage and become a Dan Essence old monster. Chaos lands, I have come." The figure flew from the peak to the horizon and seemed very excited. His loud laughter resounded in the sky. Breaking through to the Dan Essence stage was equivalent to the master stage in the barbarian land. It was indeed an extremely powerful existence, and to be able to break through to this stage was naturally something to be proud of. Unfortunately, without the heavenly lightning tribulation, this kind of strength and pride would be reduced after leaving this place. It was indeed Dan Essence stage, but it was the weakest and most ordinary Dan Essence stage. As soon as he arrived, he saw a Dan Essence stage expert fly out. Zichen was very surprised, but what surprised him even more was that it was actually possible to fly here. When Dan Essence stage experts said that one could only walk and not fly, it was obviously aimed at Zephyrs who came to form their core, and not Dan Essence stage experts. This was obviously a man-made rule, and not the rule of the core formation pavilion itself. Thus, without saying anything, Zichen leaped up and flew towards the peak. The moment Zichen leaped into the air, the Zephyrs who were climbing the stone steps saw him and exclaimed in surprise. However, after realizing that Zichen was only at the late Zephyr realm, a trace of pity appeared on their faces. Faintly, Zichen could hear murmurs of not knowing the rules, not knowing the meaning of death, and so on. Flying was naturally faster than climbing the stone steps. In just 2 breaths, Zichen reached the peak and stood in the air looking down. The peak was smooth and flat, as if it was cut by a sharp blade. The area was several miles, like a wide square, and the huge core formation pavilion was located at the center of the square. The core formation pavilion was like a pavilion. It was made of stone, but the stone surface of the core formation pavilion was engraved with some complicated and mysterious patterns. It was these patterns that blocked the heavenly secrets, allowing Zephyr realm cultivators to fly by deceiving the heavens. The core formation pavilion was very big, enough to accommodate dozens of people. However, the strange thing was that there was only one Zephyr realm cultivator meditating in the pavilion. Other than that, there were close to 100 Zephyr realm cultivators in a huge square in a long line, seemingly waiting to enter the core formation pavilion. Zi Chen's figure leaping into the air was naturally noticed by everyone. Thus, everyone raised their heads, and after sensing Zi Chen's strength at the late Zephyr realm, they looked at Zi Chen with extreme pity and disdain. A mere late Zephyr realm cultivator dares to break the rules and fly up here. He's courting death. He's probably a hothead who doesn't know where this place is, and that's why he came up here. It's a pity that he doesn't know that running around in the chaotic lands is suicide. In the chaotic lands, the only outcome for those who break the rules is death. A group of Zephyr Realm cultivators who were waiting to form their core formation pavilion gave Zi Chen a death sentence without hesitation. Flying in the core formation pavilion is forbidden. Those who break the rules will die. However, the overlord who was guarding the place was even more direct. He, who was near the core formation pavilion, raised his hand and blasted out a beam of energy, slashing at Zi Chen in the air. When the beam of energy flew into the air, it turned into a sharp blade, emitting a powerful aura, and slashed at Zi Chen's head. Boom! Zi Chen swung his fist at the sharp blade, and a large patch of golden light began to flash. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out in the sky, and streams of energy surged in the sky. Those Zephyr Realm cultivators who were full of pity and disdain were already waiting to see Zi Chen die. However, when they saw Zi Chen destroy the attack of an inner core cultivator with a single punch, they widened their eyes in disbelief. The inner core cultivator of the Overlord force also raised his head in the next moment, looking at Zi Chen in the air in surprise. After destroying the opponent's attack with a single punch, Zi Chen did not have any injuries on his body. He was safe and sound. Which of the 5 overlords do you belong to? Zi Chen stood in the air, looking down at the inner core cultivator as he asked. This was a man in battle armor. At this moment, he was looking up at Zi Chen. When he heard Zi Chen's words, his pupils shrank. When they heard Zi Chen's question, the group of Zephyr Realm cultivators who were waiting for the core formation pavilion were even more stunned. As if sensing an unusual aura from Zi Chen's body, the other party stood up in the next moment. His originally playful expression turned serious in the next moment. Which of the 5 families do you belong to? Zi Chen's body emitted a faint golden light as he descended from the sky and asked coldly, "The Shangguan family." The inner core cultivator looked directly at Zi Chen. Then, do you belong to Shangguan Feixiong or Shangguan Feilin? Zi Chen asked again, walking towards the Shangguan family, cultivator step by step. The faint golden light around him also became brighter. Hearing this, the inner core cultivator's expression changed. He asked coldly, "Who are you? Why do you know about our Shangguan family?" Chapter 598. Zi Chen's luck had always been good. However, today he seemed to be lacking something. From his opponent's constantly changing expression, Zi Chen had already guessed that he was one of Shangguan Feilin's men. He and Shangguan Feilin were already mortal enemies. Therefore, without saying anything, he turned into a golden light and rushed toward the mid-stage primal core cultivator of the Shangguan family. Boom! In the midst of an energy explosion, the two had already clashed once. This time, the power of both sides was almost the same. After the clash, both of them retreated. Seeing Yukong rushing to kill a mid-stage primal core cultivator, the crowd of Yukong who were waiting in line were all dumbfounded. However, what was even more unbelievable was that Yukong was able to block the attack of the mid-stage primal core cultivator. Boom! Boom! After the first clash, Zi Chen rushed forward again. The primal core cultivator fought back. The two of them attacked as fast as lightning. Each of their attacks carried a powerful force, shaking out waves of energy. The energy ripples spread out in all directions, causing the group of Imperial Sky cultivators to retreat in fear of being affected. The mysterious runes on the core formation pavilion also began to glow, circulating with a mysterious energy aura to resist the energy ripples. The entire stone plaza was filled with the sound of energy clashing. The two of them had clashed for dozens of times. After the last clash, they both retreated. Zichen's eyes were like lightning. He looked at his opponent coldly. The mid-stage primal core cultivator, who was staring at Zichen, also looked very serious. Although the previous clash was just a test, and he did not use his full power, he could still feel the pure and terrifying energy in Yukong's body. He is even more powerful than Xianger. This was the comment the mid-stage primal core cultivator gave after fighting with Zichen for dozens of times. He still did not know that Shangguan Qixiang had already been killed by Zichen. Of course, he also did not know that Yukong had already offended the 5 dominating forces. Who are you? How dare you behave so arrogantly here? Don't you know where you are? Zichen's origin was unknown. The primal core cultivator could not figure out what was going on. Therefore he asked, "I'm the one who wants your life," Zichen said. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he dashed forward again. His body emitted a resplendent golden light as the aura of ultimate energy surged from his body. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out. Tyrannical fist. With this punch, Zichen's aura immediately changed drastically. His body became tall and mighty and extremely domineering. The golden fist light that left his body also broke through space and rushed towards the Dan Yuan. Humph! A mere zephyr dares to speak such arrogant words. The strong cultivator in the middle stage of the primal core realm snorted coldly. Yukong's arrogance and decisiveness caused a murderous intent to surge out from his body. The energy in his core realm also began to surge wildly. Then, he struck out towards the golden light fist. Boom! Another rumbling sound was heard between heaven and earth. The space was torn apart by the vibrations of the energy, and pitch-black cracks began to spread. In this confrontation, Zichen was completely defeated. The golden light fist was directly scattered. At the same time, Zichen was also repelled by a surge of energy. In addition, this surge of energy also surged into Zichen's body, vibrating in his organs, trying to destroy Zichen's organs. However, it was blocked by Zichen's perfect body. The golden blood in Zichen's body continued to flow. Surges of inexplicable power emerged from within and rushed towards this surge of energy. Under the powerful perfect body, this destructive energy was completely destroyed. The second style of the tyrannical fist. As soon as the energy in his body was destroyed, Zichen clenched his fist again and rushed forward. The golden light of his fist once again shone in the sky. The dazzling light was dazzling. "You're actually fine after taking a hit from me." Feeling that the power of this punch was actually stronger than the previous one, the nascent core elite's expression changed slightly. His eyes flickered in an instant. The energy that he had sent into Yi Fuqian's body before was very powerful. Coupled with the enhancement of the unique technique of the Shangguan family, even an early-stage nascent core elite would die without a doubt, let alone a Yakong elite. However, such a powerful attack was actually easily blocked by Yi Fuqian. Yi Fuqian did not seem to be injured at all. Dan Yuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. Zichen's fist came quickly. The golden light was dazzling. Just as he was about to block it like before, he saw Zichen's fist suddenly stagger in the air. Then the fist that was supposed to be one ray of light suddenly turned into hundreds of rays. Each ray of light was dazzling with golden light and emitted a terrifying aura. Bang! 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 Such a sudden change caused Dan Yuan's expression to change drastically. He was unable to effectively block it. Then the golden light of the fist hit Dan Yuan's body like raindrops. Then there was a loud explosion in the sky. Such an unguarded attack caused the mid-stage nascent core elite to be pushed back by the rays of light of the fist. Such a scene had completely stunned the crowd of Zephyr cultivators in the distance. In their world, an early-stage Jindan cultivator could casually slaughter a great perfection Zephyr cultivator, but the scene in front of them had far exceeded their scope of understanding. A late-stage Yakon elite, who was one level lower than them, not only blocked the attack of a mid-stage nascent core elite, but also sent him flying. Although this attack did not cause any substantial damage to his opponent, just being able to send him flying was already very impressive. "Kid, I want you dead." Being sent flying by a Yakon elite in front of everyone, the mid-stage nascent core elite felt humiliated and shouted angrily. The third move of the tyrannical fist. As soon as he gained the upper hand, without waiting for the nascent core elite to attack, Zichen shouted and used the third move of the tyrannical fist. This was also the last move of the incomplete manual of the tyrannical fist that Zichen had obtained. After so many years, he finally used it. When the tyrannical three styles appeared, the world was filled with endless golden light. It was dazzling. At this moment, everyone fell into a state of blindness because the whole world was filled with golden light. Other than the golden light, there was nothing else. And as Zichen's main target, the mid-stage nascent core elite felt a ruthless killing intent from this golden light. The golden light was filled with killing intent, but he could not see any substantial attack, nor could he see Zichen's figure. In addition, his spiritual sense could not detect any trace of his opponent. It was as if his opponent had disappeared into thin air or had turned into a ray of golden light. Suddenly, the mid-stage nascent core elite felt a dangerous aura coming from behind him. His expression changed. Light flashed under his feet, and his body instantly dodged to the side. Boom! In the midst of an earth-shattering sound, the golden world collapsed with a boom. Then the golden world disappeared, and everyone's sight was restored. They all looked at the scene. Looking at the scene, everyone's expression became extremely shocked and frightened. Yukong was standing in the air, high-spirited. His black robe was fluttering without wind, and his black hair was dancing wildly. Yukong was standing in the air, and there were no injuries on his body. Looking at the mid-stage nascent core elite, his body had already smashed into the corpse, lying there motionless. There was also a patch of red blood beside him. How is this possible? This is impossible. Am I seeing things? A mid-stage nascent core elite actually killed a mid-stage nascent core elite. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard from afar. Seeing the motionless mid-primal core stage cultivator, their hearts were already deeply shaken. When they looked at Zichen again, their gazes were filled with fear and respect. Killing a mid-stage nascent core elite as a mid-stage nascent core elite was no less than a miracle. Suddenly, a light laugh came from the ground. The mid-stage nascent core elite, who was lying motionless on the ground, suddenly moved his fingers. Then his arms slid down, and he slowly propped himself up and stood up. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and there was a ferocious smile on his face. A powerful aura began to surge around him. The group of nascent core elites were shocked because the nascent core elite stood up again. He was not dead, and judging from the aura on his body, he had only suffered some minor injuries. It was just that they were too excited and mistakenly thought that the nascent core elite had created a miracle. "You are good." The nascent core elite looked up at Zichen. His eyes turned cold, filled with endless murderous intent. "To be able to force me to this extent, you are very good." Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and the nascent core elite grinned. Every word was clear and powerful. Zichen looked down at him and replied coldly, "Actually, my original intention was to kill you." The two of them, one on top and one below, looked at each other with endless murderous intent. "Kill me? With your nascent core elite? The coldness in the nascent core elite's eyes turned into sarcasm, and the aura around him became even more terrifying. With him as the center, the space around him began to tremble and twist like ripples on water. An even more terrifying energy was formed in the ripples. The energy in the nascent core elite's body seemed to have merged with the ripples in the air, causing his body to look very blurry, as if he was standing in a river full of ripples. His cold face suddenly turned calm, and his body disappeared in the next moment. Where he was standing, the space began to twist, forming a whirlpool. Ripples spread out in all directions with the whirlpool as the center. This was the Shangguan family's water ripples. It could be used for both offense and defense. Now that it was displayed by a mid-stage nascent core elite, it was much more powerful than Shangguan Qixiang and Shangguan Bingxi. The other party had completely comprehended the essence of the cultivation technique, turning it into a true water ripple. Furthermore, the aura contained in it made Zichen feel danger. This dangerous aura made Zichen's pupils constrict involuntarily. Endless golden light began to shine from his body. At this moment, Zichen was like a blinding golden sun. In his body, golden blood began to flow, providing the perfect body with the strongest strength. In less than a breath's time, Zichen had already raised his battle prowess to the peak. Chapter 599. You dare to go against an essence core cultivator when you are merely in the air? Today, I will let you know that no matter how much of a genius you are, you will never be able to surpass an essence core cultivator. From the whirlpool formed by the ripples, the cold voice of a middle essence core cultivator could be heard. What if I am a monstrous genius? Zichen's body shone with golden light. His spirit had reached its peak, and he was ready to unleash his most powerful attack at any time. You will still die. As the cold voice faded, the primordial core cultivator manipulated the water ripple-formed whirlpool and rushed toward Zichen. The vortex spun as it advanced, spreading out like a wave. It contained a destructive energy, and as the vortex expanded, it became even more terrifying. Before, the whirlpool was only 2 meters in size, but when it reached Zichen, it had expanded to several meters. At the same time, the destructive energy contained in the whirlpool was several times stronger than before. Die. Inside the whirlpool, the primordial core cultivator's eyes were full of ferocity. As he moved his spiritual thoughts, the whirlpool expanded to several meters in size and turned into a ghostly mouth, trying to devour Zichen. Such a strange and powerful whirlpool made Zichen's expression change instantly. From the whirlpool, he felt the threat of death. Once he was swallowed by the whirlpool, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. Therefore, when the whirlpool arrived, he let out a roar. His combat power had already reached its peak, and he could unleash his most powerful attack at any time. As for Zichen, his most powerful attack was naturally the attack with the help of his finger bone. Therefore, he did not hesitate to use his finger bone. Virum, his right middle finger, which had fused with the finger bone, trembled in the next moment. An aura that caused one's heart to palpitate emerged from it. Within this aura, there was also a vast pressure that swept through the heavens and earth, causing one to feel fear in their hearts. After that, Zichen raised his middle finger and pointed it at the center of the whirlpool with a powerful and terrifying energy. This was the most powerful confrontation, and also the attack that would determine the winner. Everyone in the Zephyr realm had already raised their heads and stared, holding their breaths. Boom! Zichen's middle finger instantly pointed at the vortex, triggering an earth-shattering explosion. An extremely terrifying energy, centered on the point of contact between the two attacks, began to spread to both sides. The void shattered under the force of this energy, and the stone platform began to tremble violently. A mysterious aura emanated from the entire core formation pavilion, which resisted the impact of the shock waves. The power of the finger and the vortex continued to collide in the air. The powerful destructive energy that was contained within the two continued to spread. Shocking explosions continued to resound in the world. The group of core essence cultivators was already lying on the ground after the explosion. Their bodies were trembling as they looked at the sky in fear and shock. A great apocalypse was happening there. The destructive energy was constantly dispersing, and the void was constantly shattering. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Within the vortex, seeing that Zi-Chun had actually blocked his attack, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, a trace of anger and unwillingness emerged from the bottom of his heart. The energy in his body surged again, frantically pouring into the vortex. He wanted to use his powerful origin energy to forcefully destroy Zephyr Realm. Indeed, Zephyr Realm was Zephyr Realm after all. Even if he was a genius, it was an indisputable fact that he had very little energy in his body. After the core essence cultivator increased his strength, the vortex once again launched a powerful attack. The powerful energy contained in the opponent's finger was rapidly being depleted. Moreover, the horrifying aura of the finger bone, which was originally extremely powerful and terrifying, was slowly being retracted. Seeing that his method was effective, the core essence cultivator's eyes were already filled with a sinister smile. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Zephyr Realm being killed by him after he ran out of energy. Very quickly, the terrifying power contained in Zi-Chen's finger became weaker and weaker, until it finally dissipated. However, the vortex of the core essence cultivator still contained a powerful energy that was strong enough to destroy Zephyr Realm. The core essence cultivator could not help but laugh out loud. Haha, you're still Zephyr Realm after all. Even if you have powerful battle techniques, without the support of powerful origin energy, you will still die. Dan Yuan had a victorious smile on his face as he controlled the vortex to devour Zi-Chen. This time he seemed to be extremely confident. The frenzied, destructive energy that was surging between heaven and earth had already dissipated after the void healed. Many Zephyrs also raised their heads to see the vortex devouring Zi-Chen. Is the battle about to end? Is such a powerful Zephyr realm going to die just like that? The Zephyrs raised their heads and saw the vortex pressing down on Zi-Chen. Their expressions became extremely complicated. Zi-Chen was also a Zephyr realm cultivator like them. However, the combat power that he displayed was tens or even hundreds of times stronger than theirs. However, they were not jealous. Instead, they were filled with admiration. At this moment, seeing that Zi-Chun was about to die in the hands of Dan Yuan, the Zephyrs were more or less disappointed. It is too early for you to be happy. Zephyr Realm's origin energy might not be as powerful as yours. Just as the vortex was about to press down on Zi-Chen and devour him, Zi-Chen's voice suddenly sounded from heaven and earth. Moreover, his tone was very calm. His face was filled with disdain, and the corner of his mouth was curled up into a cold smile. From his abdomen, another wave of extreme energy quickly surged out and flowed along his meridians to his finger bone. The power of the powerful finger had just dissipated, and a powerful and terrifying destructive aura that made one's heart palpitate emerged from it once again. What? Feeling the energy attack that was even stronger than before surging out from his opponent's fingertip once again, the smile on the core essence cultivator's face instantly froze. His eyes were filled with shock. Then he saw that the vortex in front of him that could only destroy Zephyr Realm was easily broken apart by his opponent's powerful finger. The power of the powerful finger that pierced through the vortex was already present. After that, it pointed towards Dan Yuan's chest at lightning speed. Puff! A soft sound was heard in the next moment, and a blood arrow flew out from Dan Yuan's back. His chest had been pierced through by Zi-Chen's finger. At the same time, under a powerful force, Dan Yuan's body flew backwards. After flying backwards for a few hundred meters, He landed heavily on the stone platform, causing a loud bang and a large cloud of dust. In the battle between Zephyr Realm and Dan Yuan, it was actually Dan Yuan who was defeated. There was dead silence at the scene. Everyone in Zephyr Realm looked at Ziqin, who was in the air, extremely shocked. They looked at the tall figure that was emitting golden light like a god of war. At this moment, Ziqin was undoubtedly tall and mighty. Puff! However, the god of war was not invincible. In the previous energy attack, he was also affected by the extremely powerful energy shock, and he instantly vomited blood. However, what made everyone in Zephyr Realm even more shocked was that his blood was not ordinary red, but golden blood that was emitting a faint golden light. His chest was pierced, but for Dan Yuan, it was not a fatal injury. As long as Dan Yuan and his soul still existed in his body, he would not die. You think you can kill me like this? Dream on. Dan Yuan staggered to his feet, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He was only injured, and it was not a fatal injury. He still had the strength to fight. Ziqin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked down at his opponent. There was a hint of mockery in his cold eyes. If I can hurt you once, I can naturally hurt you a second time. There will be a time when you will suffer a fatal injury and lose your life. As soon as his voice fell, 2 drops of mid-grade yuan liquid appeared in Ziqin's hand. Immediately, the yuan liquid entered his mouth, and the energy in his body was instantly restored. All of this happened in a flash. After the energy was instantly replenished, Ziqin began to form seals. His fingers emitted a golden light, and seals appeared one after another. His fingers were extremely nimble like little fairies. A seal quickly fell, and as the seal fell, Ziqin pointed his right middle finger again. Boom! As the finger was pointed, the sky trembled. A golden finger mark broke through the void and fell from the sky. Around the finger mark, there were terrifying electric snakes. This was the thunderbolt finger that borrowed the power of the finger bone. Its power was naturally far beyond other battle techniques, and the destructive power it contained was not any weaker than the previous finger attack. Seeing the golden finger mark, Dan Yuan's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly controlled the water ripples to resist. However, just as the water ripples formed a whirlpool, it was hit by the golden finger mark before it could expand. Bang! This time the whirlpool did not even last for a breath of time before it was destroyed by the golden finger mark. Then the finger mark fell, and once again pointed at Dan Yuan's chest. Almost 80% of the power of this finger attack had been consumed by the defensive light veils, and it did not pierce through the opponent's heart again. However, the remaining 20% of the attack still caused Dan Yuan to cough up blood and fly backwards. His chest had also become a bloody mess. If the previous attack was shocking for Ziqin, then the appearance of the second golden finger mark made Ziqin win decisively and beautifully. Dan Yuan flew backward, and his injuries worsened. His ferocious and angry face was filled with shock. However, when the golden finger mark appeared in the sky again, his face was filled with fear. Puff! The golden finger imprint descended, and an endless amount of bloody light sprayed out. Dan Yuan's injuries worsened by a notch. Although he had already taken a drop of essence liquid to recover his energy, without a treasure pill to take, he could only recover his energy. He could not heal his injuries. Ziqin stood in the air, his hands constantly forming seals. He controlled the thunderbolt finger to attack from afar. He no longer chose to fight in close combat. If he ran out of energy, he would continue to swallow liquefied yuan to recover. This was a pure competition of energy consumption. Although Dan Yuan could block the golden finger mark every time, he was injured every time. Although the injuries were light, there was a limit to light injuries, and that was serious injuries. As his injuries worsened, Dan Yuan knew that he could not defeat Ziqin. He decisively decided to escape. Unfortunately, Ziqin had extreme speed. He could not escape at all. Do you know who I am? He could not escape. As his injuries worsened, he could not fight. Helpless, Dan Yuan could only use his identity. However, Ziqin did not care about him at all. He just kept forming seals, and then pointed his right middle finger at Dan Yuan. Again, seeing Yi Futian pointing his middle finger at him again, and the terrifying golden finger mark falling from the sky, Dan Yuan's eyes were filled with despair and madness. His whole body began to glow. Then a powerful aura emerged from his body. His eyes were wide open, and his face was filled with madness. He turned into a beam of light and flew towards Ziqin. If we die together. Chapter 600. His Jindan essence burned, providing him with powerful energy. The aura around him also soared instantly. He was already heavily injured, but with the help of his burning Jindan essence, his speed was several times faster than when he was at his peak. His entire body turned into a ray of light. The other Yukongs were all scared out of their wits when they saw the scene. They naturally knew what was going to happen when the Jindan cultivator acted like this. He was going to explode his Jindan essence, and it was the Jindan essence of a mid-stage Jindan cultivator. Once he exploded, the entire stone platform, the entire core formation pavilion, and all of them would be swept away by the explosion and turned into nothingness. The faces of the group of people in the air changed as they screamed in fear. They displayed the fastest speed they had ever displayed in their lives as they frantically fled into the distance. Some of them even jumped off the stone peak and fell straight down. They would rather fall and be injured than die. At this moment, all the Yukongs were fleeing in panic, trying to save their own lives. No one was paying attention to the self-exploding Jindan cultivator. And naturally, no one had the time to pay attention to Ziqin. Seeing the Jindan cultivator rushing towards him, Ziqin did not show any panic on his face. Instead, he was very calm. The Jindan cultivator had a crazy and desperate smile on his face. After burning his Jindan essence, he increased his speed and directly rushed towards Ziqin. He wanted to die together with him. At this moment, a silver light flashed behind Ziqin, and the heavenly thunder wings appeared on his back. The two wings emitted a bright silver light, looking like a pair of wings of light. At the same time, a blood-red light surged in Ziqin's hand. A bloody aura filled the air as a blood-red broken spear appeared in Ziqin's hand. Ziqin's body emitted a bright golden light as he held the blood-red broken spear and the heavenly thunder wings. He glanced coldly at the Jindan cultivator, who was about to explode in the next breath. Then he held the spear, spread his wings, and rushed forward. The three colors of gold, silver, and blood flashed as Ziqin rushed towards the Jindan cultivator. The broken spear in his hand emitted a blood-red light as he pointed it at the Jindan cultivator. It was also at this moment that the Jindan cultivator witnessed the true meaning of extreme speed for the first time in his life. What was extreme speed? It was the extreme speed that had reached the limit. It was the first time a primal core cultivator had seen something like this in his entire life. This kind of speed had already exceeded his ability to think and react. He only saw a tricolored light rushing towards him. But before he could sense that something was wrong, he immediately thought of self-destructing, and the tricolored light had already disappeared from his sight. The inner core master did not know where the three-colored light went. The opponent's speed was too fast for him to grasp. He guessed that with such speed, the opponent must have run away. The other party had already fled, so this self-destruction was obviously meaningless. Thus, he decided to withdraw the energy of the self-destruction first. Although burning his Jindan essence would consume a lot of energy and might even cause his cultivation level to drop, as long as he was alive, his cultivation level could still increase. However, before he could send out the thought to retract the self-destructing Jindan, he suddenly felt his body rising into the air. Moreover, this rising was uncontrollable. As he looked down, he saw a headless body that was glowing all over in the void below. Fresh blood was spurting out from the neck, but the body was still charging forward in the air. Vaguely, the Dan primary cultivator felt that this figure was very familiar. However, before he could recall where he had seen this person before, his vision turned black and he lost all consciousness. Pum! The headless body flew forward for 100 meters, and the light around it began to fade. The body began to fall diagonally, and finally it fell on the stone platform, making a dull thud. When the dull thud was heard, everyone in the Yukon subconsciously laid on the ground, hugging their heads and curling their bodies as much as possible so that they would suffer less from the destructive force. Zi-Chin stood in the air, holding the broken spear in his hand. He looked at the pathetic state of the Yukon, and then his gaze fell on the corpse of the Dan primary cultivator. The Yukon waited for a long time, but they did not see the destructive scene that they had imagined. They were all stunned, and then they looked around carefully. The sky was still the same sky, and the stone platform was still the same. It was flat and smooth, and nothing had changed. The destructive force did not appear for a long time, so the Yukon cultivators were a little braver. They raised their heads and looked at the sky. However, the sky was empty. There was no trace of the Yukon cultivator, and there was no Dan primary cultivator who self-destructed. Where is he? The Yukon cultivators were confused, and they looked around. Then they heard footsteps from afar. As they turned their heads, they saw the powerful Yukon cultivator land on the ground. Yukon landed on the ground, bent down, and reached out his hand as if he was trying to pick something up. Wait, what is that? A headless body? Oh my God! That is the body of a Dan primary cultivator. He actually chopped off the head of a mid-stage Dan primary cultivator. The mid-stage Dan primary cultivator did not self-destruct successfully, and his head was chopped off in advance. The Yukon cultivators were all stunned. They looked at Yukon in front of them in disbelief. However, after seeing him take away the spirit ring of the Dan primary cultivator and the Dan primary cultivator's body, they could not help but believe that it was the truth. Yukon had really chopped off a mid-stage Dan primary cultivator. After accepting this fact, the Yukon cultivators were filled with endless regret and regret. This was a miracle, a moment that they had witnessed a historical miracle. They only cared about running away and did not see it with their own eyes. Why was I distracted just now and did not see it? Oh my God, such a miracle. I did not see it with my own eyes. Damn it! Why did I not take a look at it before? The Yukon cultivators were extremely frustrated. However, as the only witness, the Yukon cultivator in the core formation pavilion was also extremely frustrated. Such a huge commotion had naturally awakened him. Even though his eyes were open to the limit, and he was fully focused on this battle, he still did not see anything other than the three-colored light. He only saw the three-colored light flash, and the head of the Dan primary cultivator flew up and the corpse fell down. After Zi-Chin took away the spirit ring and the Dan primary energy of the mid-stage Dan primary cultivator, a figure appeared in the sky. It was the early-stage Dan primary cultivator who brought Zi-Chin here earlier. He flew over from afar. He only knew that Zi-Chin had killed the enemy when he saw the head flying off the stone platform. Even though he was extremely shocked, he still decided to go forward. Big Lord, the early-stage Dan primary cultivator bowed to Zi-Chin respectfully. His voice was still trembling. Especially when he saw the headless body, his eyelids twitched. Zi-Chin nodded, then turned around and looked at the Yukon cultivators. Big Lord, the Yukon cultivators also bowed, trembling. They did not dare to look at Zi-Chin directly. Being able to kill a Dan primary cultivator was enough for them to respectfully call him Big Lord. Clang! Zi-Chin raised his hand and shot out a ray of light. When the light fell to the ground, it had already turned into weapons and stabbed into the stone platform. These were all elixir weapons, and there were 20 of them. Feeling the aura of the elixir weapons, the Yukon cultivators were very confused. They did not understand why this big lord would take out so many elixir weapons after killing the enemy. Because of the terrifying battle strength Zi-Chin had displayed, no one dared to show the slightest bit of greed in their eyes at this moment. 20 of you go in and form your elixir. Once your elixir is formed, follow me, and the elixir weapons will be yours, Zi-Chin said indifferently. Ah. The Yukon cultivators were stunned. They looked up at Zi-Chin in shock. Forming the Dan primary cultivator and receiving elixir weapons? How could there be such a good thing in this world? The Yukon cultivators turned their heads and saw that the others had the same expression as them. They could not help but believe that there was such a good thing in this world. My time is limited. What are you waiting for? Seeing that the others were indifferent, Zi-Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. After that, the Yukon cultivators came to a realization and rushed toward Zi-Chen. The core formation pavilion was opposite of Zi-Chen, but the Yukon cultivators were rushing towards him in panic. This made Zi-Chen frown slightly. Soon he knew what they wanted to do. It turned out that they wanted to give him the 100,000 low-grade primordial stones needed to form his core. Previously, the primordial stones were collected by the mid-level Dan cultivators. Now that they were dead, they naturally had to give them to Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen laughed involuntarily and said, "You don't have to give me the primordial stones. My time is limited. You should form your core quickly. In the future, I will pay you 10,000 high-grade primordial stones every year." Zi-Chen's calm words caused all the Zephyrs to be stunned, and then they all stopped. However, when they understood the meaning behind Zi-Chen's words, all the Zephyrs widened their eyes in disbelief. Many of them were instantly dumbfounded. But, of course, there were also some who were quick-witted. Without another word, they turned around and flew towards the core formation pavilion. The sound of the wind breaking woke the others up. In a moment, the crowd realized what was going on. Almost 100 Yukon cultivators turned around and rushed towards the core formation pavilion. There is already one here. You guys just need 19 more. The Yukon cultivators in the core formation pavilion naturally heard what Zi-Chen said. He was already in the pavilion and felt very lucky. But when he saw 100 Yukon cultivators rushing towards him, he was also shocked. He hurriedly shouted at the crowd. But right now, the Yukon cultivators were only thinking about Dan weapons and high-grade primordial stones. Why would they care about that? Halfway through, they started to pull each other and even showed signs of fighting. And after they rushed into the core formation pavilion, they started to push and shove each other, trying to push the others out. The first wave will take 20 people. As for the others, after they form their cores, they can come find me. The treatment will be the same. Zi-Chen frowned and said again. Hearing this, the Yukon cultivators stopped pushing and shoving. After a short moment of silence, some of them consciously retreated. Soon, there were only 20 Yukon cultivators left in the packed core formation pavilion. The core formation pavilion was very big. It was big enough for 20 Yukon cultivators to break through at the same time. Previously, the Yukon cultivators only allowed the Yukon cultivators to break through one by one. They didn't want the Bedlam lands to have so many Yukon cultivators enter at once. In the Bedlam lands, Yukon cultivators died almost every day. So, as long as the Yukon cultivators were able to keep up with the number of deaths, it would be fine. Helping 20 Yukon cultivators avoid the lightning tribulations at the same time seemed to be strenuous in the core formation pavilion. The mysterious runes that never glowed before began to glow for the second time today. Waves of mysterious aura circulated and formed a light shield that enveloped the core formation pavilion. Chapter 601. After successfully killing a mid-stage primordial core cultivator, Zi-Chen occupied the core formation pavilion. After a few days, 20 primordial core cultivators would walk out from there. At the same time, Haifeng and Wild Wolf brought Longhu to visit various forces in the outer regions. Other than Longhu occasionally striking to intimidate, as more and more primordial core cultivators followed behind them, in the end, when the number exceeded 30, there was no need to intimidate anymore. The group of primordial core cultivators gave the other party 2 choices: live or die. In just 3 days, the group traveled to all the regions within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. They visited dozens of forces, big and small, and brought back close to 50 primordial core cultivators. Among them, there were 8 who went through the lightning trial on their own. With endless resources, coupled with powerful and overbearing strength, Zichen quickly recruited a large group of primordial core cultivators. Although the loyalty of these cultivators remained to be tested, they seemed to be able to make up the numbers and gang up on him. Just as Wild Wolf and Haifeng returned with a group of cultivators, the monk, who was recruiting outside the market, also recruited many primordial core cultivators. However, compared to 10 days ago, the monk was much more comfortable now. He was half lying on the chair in the most comfortable position. Primordial core cultivators served him tea and water. On his left, there was a table filled with vegetarian pastries. His days could be said to be perfect. However, not far ahead, there were pieces of bloody flesh on the ground. The ground was stained red by fresh blood. Such a scene was like heaven being next to hell. It gave people a strong sense of contradiction. The demonic ape's intimidation in the market was naturally not enough to scare all the primordial core cultivators. This was a chaotic place without any rules. The monk displayed his elixir weapon, primordial core cultivators, and a large number of upper-grade primordial stones. Moreover, he was in the Zephyr realm. This was a complete show to the world that he had no strength, but he was very rich. This was a real fat sheep. No one would not be tempted. Therefore, after the demonic ape killed 6 primordial core cultivators with its black rod, there were still greedy primordial core cultivators who were unwilling to give up. It was a very famous force in the central region. The leader was a cultivator who was at the peak of the early stage primordial core cultivator and had an elixir weapon. He led more than 10 primordial core cultivators in the force and made a name for himself in just 2 years. When he heard that there was a fat sheep outside the market, he led a group of primordial core cultivators and came aggressively. In that battle, the monk was lying down and watching the show. Zhang Haoqian was cold and upright like an outsider. As for the devil ape, who had been assigned as a hired thug, he wielded a black stick and single-handedly defeated more than 10 primordial core cultivators. As for the primordial core cultivators who wielded elixir weapons, they only managed to block 1 more stick strike. Was primordial core cultivator was killed primordial core. Cultivator attack was killed primordial cultivators. Was predial core was core cultivator. Primordial core cultivators core cultivator were killed primordial core cultivators and were all dead predial core cultivator formation cultivators at this point. There was no longer any Dan Essence stage cultivator who dared to be greedy and have any ideas about these flying cultivators. Moreover, as time passed, news about them also came from the inner region. Not only did these barbarians offend the 8 forces, they also offended the other forces in the inner region. They even offended the overlord forces. When they returned from the inner region to the outer region, they plundered many mineral veins and resources. It could be said that they were filthy rich. When the news spread, it instantly caused an uproar. While they were shocked by the audacity of the barbarians, they finally understood why they were willing to pay such a high price to recruit primordial core cultivators. It turned out that they wanted to fight against the overlord forces. This was a bold and crazy move. The overlord forces had been standing tall for thousands of years. They had a deep foundation. After they made a name for themselves, they became an existence that no one dared to provoke. But now, a group of barbarians had angered the overlord forces. When the Xian barbarians challenged the overlord forces, they had almost no chance of winning. But the high price offered by the barbarians made many crazy and bold primordial core cultivators willing to give up their lives for this huge amount of wealth. Therefore, the number of elixir weapons in front of the monk decreased. The number of primordial core cultivators following behind him also increased. As the saying goes, people die for wealth and birds die for food. They were all crazy gamblers, but what they were betting on was their lives. You have been standing there for more than 10 days. Why? Don't you want to join in? The monk's gaze fell on a young man in the distance. This was a slightly chubby young man with small eyes and a head full of unconventional short hair. He had been standing there since the first day of the monk's recruitment. Although there were many people like him in the past 10 days, and there were quite a few of them, they were all flying in the air. There was only one of them in the past 10 days who had not spoken a word, even after a core expert had looked at him for a long time. As soon as the monk opened his mouth, everyone's gaze fell on the young man. The chubby young man's expression changed slightly. In the past 10 days, he had not revealed his primordial core strength. He did not expect that the monk would still sense it. After concealing his primordial core aura, this was an inconspicuous young man. As he stood up, he was still an inconspicuous butterball. It was only when his primordial core aura surged out that he became unusual. Don't you want to go crazy for these benefits? The monk stood up slightly and looked at him with a smile. The chubby young man was obviously a little tempted, but his expression changed, as if he was not confident enough. Then he shook his head at the monk. The monk could clearly see the reluctance in the young man's eyes, but he refused. The monk was very surprised and asked, "Why? Do you think the rewards are too low? We can discuss it." This was the first time in more than 10 days that the monk had talked to someone about the rewards. The young man was very tempted, but after hesitating for a moment, he said, "It's not about the rewards." The other party was just a young man. He did not look old, but he was still a young man. However, when he spoke at this moment, his voice sounded very young, like the voice of a pure child. "Then what is the reason?" the monk asked curiously. The other primordial core cultivators also looked at the young man. The young man thought about it seriously and decided to tell the truth. He took a deep breath and said, "It's because of me. I can't participate in a battle of attrition. I can't even participate in a battle of more than 2 breaths. Oh, why? The monk was even more curious. A primordial core cultivator could not participate in a battle of attrition and a battle of more than 2 breaths. This was really strange. Because the energy in my body is only enough for me to make 3 attacks, the young man said with a childish voice. The monk was only flying, so he did not know how much energy there was in a primordial core cultivator's body. However, he could imagine that once he successfully broke through to the primordial core level, the rich energy in his body would be able to make all this energy in just 3 short attacks. This was definitely not something an ordinary primordial core cultivator could do. After the young man finished speaking, he looked at the monk nervously. It was because of this reason that he had been observing for more than 10 days and did not go forward to ask, "What kind of 3 attacks are they? Can you demonstrate it for me?" The monk asked curiously, "Demonstrate?" The young man was stunned. "Yes, demonstrate it on me. I want to feel the attack power of your 3 attacks." The monk nodded. "I can demonstrate it on you, but you are only flying." The young man was obviously stunned again. When the others heard this, they also looked at the monk in surprise. For more than 10 days, the monk was only in charge of recruiting people and had never fought. Everyone only knew about the powerful primordial demon ape, but they did not know about the hated Baldy in the deep region. The primordial demon ape is also flying. What do you think of him? The monk did not answer the young man's question. Very strong. The young man nodded sincerely. The primordial demon ape's combat power was terrifying. Just flying was enough to kill so many primordial core cultivators. The young man was very impressed. That's right, I am stronger than him. The monk smiled. As soon as the monk finished speaking, there was a sound of cold air being sucked in, followed by a series of boos. The primordial demon ape could kill more than 10 primordial core cultivators in an instant with the black stick in his hand. The monk said that he was stronger than the primordial demon ape. Naturally, no one believed him. Even Zhang Haotian, who was standing straight, looked at the monk again. He could not help but be impressed that the monk's skin was getting thicker. At this moment, hearing the monk say that he was stronger than the primordial demon ape, Zhang Haotian did not doubt that if Zichen was here, he would also point at Zichen and say, "Look, is he strong or not? I am stronger than him." Naturally, no one believed the monk's words. The young man did not believe it either. However, the monk did not care. He revealed a smile that said, "You don't understand me," and said, "Come, let me see your combat power." The young man could not refuse the monk's serious look. Therefore, a light flashed in the young man's hand, and a long saber appeared. As soon as the long saber appeared, it attracted another round of boos. This was because it was a spirit weapon. In the past 10 days, they had seen the monk give out dozens of elixir weapons. Therefore, there was no room for spirit weapons in their eyes. "I have elixir weapons here. You can choose one." The young man shook his head and said, "No need. I only know how to use sabers." With the spirit saber in hand, the opponent's aura changed instantly. His slightly plump body seemed to be filled with endless power in the next moment. Moreover, his originally calm eyes became incomparably sharp. In an instant, Tyrant felt as though he had met an evenly matched opponent. Furthermore, he could even sense a dangerous aura from the other party. Wang. The monk's senses were naturally sharp. The opponent only knew 3 strikes, so it was obviously not an ordinary 3 strikes. Therefore, he put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. The Buddhist divine body protection technique had already appeared. A golden light shield instantly enveloped the monk's body. On the light shield, there were golden runes circulating. An old monk was chanting scriptures. Occasionally, the sound of chanting could be heard. The monk's expression became very serious. Beside the wooden tablet, Zhang Haotian's eyes also became sharp. At this moment, the young man made his first strike. He held the saber, swung it, and slashed at the monk. The ordinary long saber actually emitted a powerful and destructive aura in the next moment. Chapter 602. The monk's protective light shield was able to withstand the attack of a mid-stage primal core expert. However, with just one attack, the shield was distorted by the young man's spiritual weapon. The monk's expression changed instantly. However, since it was called the strongest light shield, it naturally represented a strong defensive power. Although the golden light shield was distorted, it still managed to block the opponent's powerful attack. After the first attack, the young man's gaze became even sharper. His essence, chi, and spirit rose to the peak once again. He roared and exerted strength in his wrist. Then he slashed the second time. The spiritual weapon instantly shone brightly. A chilling aura surged from the tip of the blade. The blade slashed the light shield at an extremely fast speed. The surging energy began to surge. The light shield on the monk's body was also heavily slashed by the blade. Then, the light shield started to distort crazily. The destructive energy was surging violently. Ka-ka! Cracks appeared on the entire light shield. Just as the light shield was about to shatter, the energy contained in the long blade seemed to have run out of energy. In the end, it was the strongest defense that was able to block the attack. Furthermore, after the destruction energy on the long blade dissipated, the cracks on the golden light barrier instantly healed. Swoosh! After the second attack was exhausted, the golden light shield recovered once again. The young man's expression did not change. He immediately withdrew his blade and swung it for the third attack. Under this attack, the energy in the young man's body was like a flood that suddenly broke through the dam. It crazily surged towards the spiritual weapon in the opponent's hand. Other than the remaining yuanli in his body, the young man's spiritual sense also surged towards the long blade. This was an attack that was truly infused with his essence, qi and spirit. It contained an extremely terrifying energy. Amitabha. Seeing that the opponent's last attack was so strange, the monk put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha solemnly. The monk usually did not act like a monk. However, when he acted like a monk, he was the most serious. After the chant, the pure, golden Buddhist energy in the monk's body continuously surged out from his jindan and gathered towards the golden light shield. Feeling the terrifying energy contained in this attack, the monk also used all his strength. His strongest defense was instantly pushed to the limit. The dazzling blade in the young man's hand slashed down. It was like a rainbow light piercing through the sky, attracting everyone's attention. Seeing this attack, the crowd was either shocked, amazed, or overwhelmed. When the numerous Dan Yuan experts felt the powerful energy contained in this attack, their expressions changed drastically. Under Zhang Haoyan's indifferent expression, there was also a hint of surprise. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this blade. Then they personally witnessed this bright and dazzling blade light slashing towards the golden light barrier. Bang! A deafening sound reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Everyone was dumbstruck. Sigh, I failed again. A disappointed sigh sounded. Looking at the remaining hilt in his hand, the young man let out an unwilling sigh and threw away the hilt in his hand in anger. Before his powerful attack from before could even land on the golden light barrier, the spirit weapon was the first to be unable to withstand the energy and shattered. Just how powerful was that strike? Why was it that even a spirit weapon couldn't withstand it? The crowd of shocked cultivators were also puzzled. At this moment, the powerful energy in the young man's body receded like a tide. His spirit also became sluggish in the next moment. His body even staggered and almost fell to the ground. After 3 attacks, the young man seemed to have suffered a fatal injury. Not only did his spirit become sluggish, but he also did not have an ounce of strength in his body. In an instant, he turned from a powerful Dan Yuan expert to a person who could not even trust a chicken. At this moment, even a true energy realm miner could kill the young man. Such a huge contrast from before and after caused the crowd of cultivators to change their expressions again. This was obviously the reason why the young man said that he could not fight for long. The golden light shield around the monk had already disappeared. He held the young man who was about to fall. At this moment, the young man's face was extremely pale, as if he was suffering from a serious illness. However, the young man's eyes were fixed on the monk. In an extremely weak voice, he asked, Can I do it?" After saying that, the young man's face was filled with anticipation and hope. The monk did not speak, and the surrounding cultivators were also silent. For them, this was a difficult question to answer. They had paid a sky-high price to hire a guy who could only make 3 attacks. Before the 3 attacks, the young man was a king. But after the 3 attacks, he was like a dead man who needed others to take care of him. The young man looked at the surrounding cultivators, as if he had found the answer from their faces. His pale face suddenly became gloomy, and the arm that was held by the monk could not help but tremble. "Yes, of course you can," the monk said at this moment. "What?" The young man's pale face suddenly flushed red. His originally gloomy expression was filled with disbelief. "Try swallowing this." The monk did not repeat himself. Instead, he took out a drop of yuan liquid. This was a mid-grade yuan liquid. 1 drop could restore all the energy in the body. Moreover, it was priceless. Back in the auction house, it was sold for 30,000 upper-grade yuan stones per drop. Seeing the monk take out a drop of yuan liquid, the crowd gasped. This was obviously telling the young man that not only could he stay, he could also be of great use. The young man naturally recognized the yuan liquid. This was a real high-grade item. Just one drop alone could be exchanged for 3 elixir weapons. However, he did not even have a single elixir weapon on him. Try swallowing it and see if the energy in your body can be restored, the monk said again very calmly. Swallowing a drop of the priceless yuan liquid just to verify one thing. The crowd was once again shocked by the monk's generosity. There was a touch of emotion in the young man's eyes, but he shook his head and said, "No need. I can recover on my own in a few days. It's better to keep this thing to save my life. The real life-saving thing is the elixir. The yuan liquid is just a consumable. Try it quickly." The monk said again, motioning the young man to swallow the yuan liquid. The young man refused and swallowed it in one gulp. Immediately, the energy in his body was restored in the next moment. Although his spirit was still weak, it was no longer a problem for him to stand steadily. The young man's energy was restored, but his combat strength was not. A drop of yuan liquid was wasted in vain. Everyone felt it was a pity. Unexpectedly, the monk was very satisfied after seeing the young man's appearance. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Good, very good. In the future, when you fight, you can strike 3 times with lightning speed. Then take the yuan liquid and take the opportunity to retreat." The monk's words made the faces of the alchemy experts change again. Obviously, the monk wanted the young man to take a drop of yuan liquid after every attack. One should know that this was yuan liquid. It was expensive and was used by others to save their lives at critical moments. However, in the monk's mouth, it was no different from cabbages that could be seen everywhere. "So you're willing to accept me?" The young man was also shocked by the monk's generosity. He asked excitedly, "Of course you can stay, but it's hard to decide your treatment. When I go back, I have to discuss it with my other defeated opponent." The monk nodded and boasted shamelessly, "As long as you are willing to accept me, I don't want the reward. But can you give me an elixir weapon?" The young man said excitedly, "What kind of elixir weapon do you want?" The monk asked. "A blade. I like to use a blade, and I only know how to use a blade." This was a small request. The monk had already given out dozens of elixir weapons, so he didn't care about one. Unexpectedly, after hearing the young man's words and seeing his almost fanatical expression, the monk frowned slightly. After thinking for a moment, he said, "I don't have any elixir weapons at the moment. When we go back, I will find you a suitable one. Your situation is a bit special, so it's best not to fight unless it's necessary. Here are 2 drops of yuan liquid. Take them first and run if things go wrong." He didn't give him an elixir weapon, but gave him 2 drops of yuan liquid. Including the previous drop, it was a total of 3 drops. If exchanged for yuan stones, it would be 90,000 high-grade yuan stones. The monk generously gave away 90,000 high-grade yuan stones as soon as they met. Such wealth made people speechless. However, more alchemy experts saw the light of hope from the young man. The monk was so good to a useless waste, so he naturally wouldn't be bad to these alchemy experts. At this moment, they were very optimistic about their prospects and future. "By the way, I still don't know your name," the monk suddenly asked, which made them even more speechless. He didn't even know the young man's name, but he gave him something worth 90,000 high-grade yuan stones. "I'm Zhang Tong." Zhang Tong carefully put away the 2 drops of yuan liquid that made him feel incomparably heavy. The yuan liquid was actually not heavy, but the heavy thing was trust. "You're from the same family." The monk glanced at Zhang Haotian and smiled. Zhang Haotian also nodded at Zhang Tong in a friendly manner. With this scene, everyone completely saw the monk's foundation. The real good thing on him wasn't elixir weapons or yuan stones, but yuan liquid. Therefore, more alchemy experts asked to join the monk's team. During this period, even if the monk repeatedly emphasized that he didn't have any more elixir weapons, the group of alchemy experts said that it didn't matter. Therefore, the number of alchemy experts behind the monk expanded again. When the devil ape flew over from the horizon, the monk had already recruited more than 50 alchemy experts. This was a very frightening number. We should meet up with Ziqin. They have already caught up with us. They are from the 8 major forces. The devil ape said straightforwardly. With the arrival of the pursuers, the recruitment naturally came to an end. However, before leaving, the monk shouted at the Zephyrs, "Go and tell the other alchemy experts that if they want to join us, go to the outer region. We welcome them at any time." After that, the monk led the group of alchemy experts to the outer region to meet up with Ziqin. Outside the core formation pavilion, the first wave of 20 Zephyrs had successfully broken through to the alchemy realm. Chapter 603. 3 days later, Wild Wolf returned with a group of Dan Origin Stage cultivators. Ziqin had been delayed for a long time, so he did not return on time. Since they had not seen their master after such a long time, and Wang Qiong and the rest were only flying in the air, they could not control the situation. This caused some of the Dan Origin Stage cultivators to complain. However, with Longhu guarding the place, the situation did not get out of control. However, the number of people who came to Wild Wolf and Haifeng every day increased. They were trying to find out who the master of Longhu was and how powerful he was. The two could only say that he was horribly powerful. 2 days later, Ziqin still had not returned. The group of Core Essence Realm cultivators appeared somewhat impatient, resulting in some friction with Wang Qiong and the others. As for the cause of the friction, it was naturally a small matter that could not be any smaller. What should we do? On the 6th day, the conflict started again. A Dan Origin Stage cultivator came to report the situation to the two. Wild Wolf looked at Haifeng, waiting for him to make a decision. Haifeng's character was calm and steady, and when he heard the reason for the conflict, he was silent for a moment before he finally said, "Ziqin has not returned for a long time, and they are unable to meet the person in question. Since they were forcefully recruited, they naturally have some complaints in their hearts. They are deliberately looking for trouble." Wild Wolf's eyes flashed. He waved his hand, signaling the Dan Origin Stage cultivators to leave first. After they left, Wild Wolf looked at Haifeng and said, "Ziqin has not returned yet. Will something happen to him? You have to know that he is dealing with the mid-stage Dan Origin Stage cultivators of the Overlord forces. If something happens to Ziqin, these people will vent their anger on us." Haifeng smiled and said without a care, "Ziqin has not returned yet. The ones who should be worried the most are not us. Look at Ziqin's friends. They do not seem to be worried about him at all. And that woman, she is Ziqin's confidant. She is not worried about Ziqin at all. She should be very confident in Ziqin." Hearing this, the Wild Wolf was enlightened. He secretly praised Haifeng for his sharp observation. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be true. However, he was still confused. He asked, "Does Ziqin really have the power to kill a mid-stage core realm warrior?" "I'm not sure about that either. It's just that for someone at the late stage of the Imperial Sky Realm to kill someone at the mid-stage of the Inner Core Realm, even for a Sky Warrior, I'm afraid it would be extremely difficult. I think Ziqin should have some kind of trump card." Wild Wolf nodded and stopped thinking about this problem. However, the friction between Dan Yuan and Ziqin's friends had not been resolved yet. As if he could read Wild Wolf's mind, Haifeng said, "Although Ziqin's friends are all in the flight realm, since Ziqin was able to leave them here without worry, none of them are easy to deal with. Let's put this aside for now. Let's wait for Ziqin to come back and settle the conflicts." Just as the two were talking, the sound of quarreling came from outside again. The sound was getting louder and louder, and the quarrel was getting more and more intense. Dan Yuan, who had just left, soon came back in. Wild Wolf asked what was going on, and the other side said respectfully it was a Dan Yuan who had a quarrel with Wang Shan. He said that the other side was only in the flight realm, but he didn't know his place and dared to speak rudely to Dan Yuan. He said that he wanted to teach this ignorant flight realm warrior a lesson. What? Teach him a lesson? The two's expressions changed instantly. Yes, it's about to happen. Damn it. Don't they know that Wang Shan is a friend of Master Ziqin? How dare he teach Master's friend a lesson? Does he want to die? Wild Wolf's face darkened. The two rushed out of the door. The two of them were so concerned not because they were loyal to Ziqin, but because they were afraid that this matter would cause Ziqin to be displeased and blame them. At that time they would be implicated. After all, they were waiting for Ziqin to return so that he could help them break through. The Bedlam lands only believe in strength. The strong are respected. You're just a mere flight realm warrior, even if you're Master's friend. So what? Moreover, I haven't even seen Master's face. I haven't even considered joining. When Wild Wolf and Hafing came out, they happened to hear such a voice. The two's expressions immediately changed. More than 50 primal core cultivators had already formed a large circle and were looking at the center of the field with mocking expressions. There, Wang Shan was being reprimanded by a primal core cultivator. Wang Qiong and the others were beside Wang Shan. Behind primal core cultivators were 2 primal core cultivators. Facing a mere early Dan Yuan cultivator, Wang Shan naturally wasn't afraid. With a mocking expression, he said, "You came without considering joining? Are you an idiot?" Dan Yuan's expression immediately changed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he felt that the greatest humiliation in his life was being scolded by Flight Realm Warrior. "You're courting death." Killing intent flashed in Dan Yuan's eyes. "Idiot, you're the one courting death. You're the one courting death." Wang Shan was still fearless. Auras surged around the two, and the atmosphere became abnormally tense. In the distance, a group of Dan Yuan cultivators looked at this scene with mocking expressions, enjoying the show. "Enough, what are you doing?" Suddenly a cold voice sounded. The crowd parted, and Wild Wolf and Hafing walked in with gloomy faces. What happened? Hafing asked with a sullen face. "It's this reckless flight, Realm Warrior, relying on the fact that he's Master's friend who hasn't even met him. He dared to speak rudely to me." Dan Yuan was still somewhat afraid of Hafing. He explained, but his tone was filled with anger towards Wang Shan. Hafing looked at Wang Shan, who shrugged and said, "It's this idiot who's causing trouble for no reason. Listen, he still dares to speak rudely to me. No, I must teach him a lesson today." Dan Yuan was thoroughly enraged. Wang Shan only smiled coldly at Dan Yuan. Hafing frowned and said coldly, "All right, Master will be back soon. We'll talk about who's right and who's wrong when he returns." As soon as Hafing finished speaking, a voice rang out in the distance. "Hafing, you're in the wrong here. It's just a small quarrel. Do we have to wait for Master to return? Both of them want to fight. Why don't we fulfill their wish?" The one who spoke was the leader of the original group. At this moment, his face was full of ridicule. "Hafing, you're too nervous. Although Milord's friend is only flying, he must have extraordinary strength to be able to follow Milord. It shouldn't be a problem for him to surpass his level and suppress a Dan Prime." Another Dan Prime said, "That's right. We should let them fight, not only in the land of chaos, but also in the entire Tianwu continent. A mere flight realm cultivator dares to insult a Dan Yuan. Naturally, he has the confidence to do so. Moreover, this kind of conflict should be on the battlefield instead of simply looking for Master that we've never met." Gradually, voices came from the crowd. These people were not afraid of Wild Wolf and Hafing. Before the two recruited them, they already felt that these people were unstable factors. As expected, Ziqin still hadn't returned, and they couldn't sit still anymore. Moreover, Haifeng suspected that this quarrel was instigated by them. The group of Dan Yuan who were not afraid of the two spoke one after another, saying that they wanted to watch a fight. They even said that the dignity of a powerhouse was earned through fighting. As for the Dan Yuan who had seen Long Hu's strength, although they didn't join in the commotion, they chose to remain silent. There were more than 50 Dan Yuan in the crowd, but only a few supported the two. Seeing that the situation was about to go out of control, the two could only look at Long Hu for help. The two wanted Long Hu to attack again and intimidate them. However, they found that Long Hu had no intention to attack at all. He seemed to be enjoying the show. Haifeng, what are you hesitating for? In a world where the strong are respected, all dignity is earned through fighting. The group of Dan Yuan raised their voices a lot. Obviously, they were pressuring them. Beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of the two, and they couldn't control the situation. However, the two understood that this fight couldn't happen no matter what. Otherwise, Zi-chan would definitely blame them when he returned. Just as the two were helpless, a voice that was like the sound of nature to them suddenly sounded. Haifeng, Wild Wolf, what's going on? Why is everyone gathered here? This was Zi-chen's doubtful voice, but to the two of them, it was more pleasing to the ears than any sound of nature in the world. Furthermore, the two of them who had felt immense pressure just a moment ago also felt incomparably relaxed when they heard this voice. The two of them quickly turned their heads and put on the most respectful posture. They watched as Zi-chan walked out from the crowd and then greeted him respectfully, "Sir." Zi-chan nodded at the two of them. His gaze swept around and fell on the Dan Yuan people. "Not bad. You actually managed to recruit more than 50 people. Thank you for the praise, sir." The two of them said respectfully again. Zi-chan nodded again, and then his gaze fell on the two of them. "These are the things I promised you before. Take them now and quickly break through." Zi-chan took out a Dan Yuan in his left hand, and a mid-grade liquefied Yuan liquid floated in his right. As soon as these two things appeared, the excitement in the eyes of Wild Wolf and Haifeng grew stronger. As for the surrounding Dan Yuan people, their eyes were wide open. Both of these things were extremely expensive, and they couldn't buy them even if they sold their entire family's fortune. The two of them thanked Zi-chan gratefully and hurriedly took the things in his hand. Then they carefully put them away and flashed behind Zi-chan, standing respectfully. "There's not much time left. Go and break through now." Zi-chan waved his hand, indicating that the two of them should leave. The two of them nodded and then turned to leave. Obviously, there was nothing left for them to do here. It wasn't until the two of them disappeared into the building below that Zi-chen's gaze fell on the center of the scene. He asked faintly, "What's going on here?" Wang Shan shrugged helplessly and said, "They saw that you didn't come back for a long time and became a little impatient. So they started to attack me, a little Zephyr." Wang Shan's words were very straightforward, which made the faces of the Dan Yuan people change, but they didn't deny it, because Zi-chen, who came from the sky, also showed that he was in the Zephyr realm. His strength was even weaker than Wang Shan's, who was close to the peak of the Zephyr realm. Such a person was their lord, and such a person could give them a sky-high reward. Perhaps it was true, because what Zi-chan gave Wild Wolf and Haifeng just now was a sky-high price among sky-high prices. But why wait for someone to give them a reward? Why not fight for it? Chapter 604. Many Dan Yuan experts' expressions had changed, but not all of them. Obviously, there were still some who were more rational. Among the group of Dan Yuan experts, there were also some who recognized Zi-chan. They could tell at a glance that this was Yukong, the one who had been hunted down by them because of Yuan liquid. But at that time, dozens of Dan Yuan experts had failed to kill him, and he had entered the ancient battlefield in the end. "You are Lord, and you are also Yukong. Dan Yuan, who had a conflict with Wang Shan, turned his head and looked at Zichen, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Zichen was not angry at being looked down upon. Instead, he turned and looked at the group of Dan Yuan experts, saying, "My name is Zichen, and I am the leader of this team. Since everyone has chosen to join us, we will be on the same side in the future. I will also promise to give everyone the rewards you deserve." After Zichen finished speaking, there were no cheers or applause from the crowd. Instead, there were a few disdainful chuckles. The rewards, we agreed at the beginning, 1 Dan weapon and 100,000 upper-grade yuan stones. Dan Yuan looked at Zichen and asked again, "That's right." Zichen nodded. Hearing this, Dan Yuan laughed strangely and said in a sarcastic tone, "At the beginning, we agreed to give you the Dan weapon, but in the end you said that there was no more Dan weapon, and that it was not enough. You said that you would give me the Dan weapon when we returned. Now that you are back, shouldn't you give me the Dan weapon?" Dan Yuan asked rudely. It sounded like a question, a demand. In the crowd, all the Dan Yuan experts looked at Zichen, and there were a few who already had contempt on their faces. 1 Dan weapon. Of course, I can give it to you. Zichen was not angry. He just smiled and said, "In my opinion, you should have other requests, right? Why don't you say them all together? I will see if they are reasonable. If they are, then we will solve them all together." "Haha, you have good eyesight to be able to guess that I have other requests. Not bad. You have the potential to be a leader." Dan Yuan laughed and then said loudly, "Listen to me. In addition to the elixir weapon I promised before, I want to add another 200,000 high-grade primordial stones to the annual reward of 100,000 high-grade primordial stones, which is 300,000 high-grade primordial stones per year. 300,000 high-grade primordial stones a year. This was no doubt an exorbitant demand. Dan Yuan became extremely excited, but suddenly changed his mind. "No, not every year, every month. Pay me 300,000 high-grade primordial stones a month. In addition, give me the same amount of primordial liquid you just gave Heifeng. 300,000 high-grade primordial stones a month, plus a lump of mid-grade primordial liquid. Do you know how much those things are worth?" Zichen asked calmly. "I don't care how much you have. If you want me to work for you, then you have to pay me back," Dan Yuan said loudly and proudly. The surrounding Dan essences who were watching the commotion looked at the scene with different expressions. Among them, there were some who were puzzled, some who were mocking, and some who were sympathetic. Dan Yuan's words could be said to be very arrogant, and his conditions were incomparably harsh. This was simply an exorbitant demand. Even the onlookers couldn't bear such an outrageous demand. However, as the leader's friend, Wang Shan, who was incomparably arrogant before, now looked indifferent, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. In addition, Zichen's other friends also didn't show any extreme emotions on their faces. Their calm expressions made many Dan Yuan puzzled. At this time, Dan Yuan's attitude became worse. "If you want me to work for you, you have to agree to this payment, and you have to pay me 1 month's worth in advance. Now, take out the primordial stones and pill weapon for this month." As he gazed at Dan Yuan's increasingly ugly face, a cold glint appeared in Zichen's calm eyes for the first time. His voice had also become much colder. "Your demands are too high, and I am unable to fulfill them. I might as well not force you to join my group." "What?" Dan Yuan was angry when he heard this, and shouted at Zichen, "Now you say you won't force me to leave. Then what have you been doing before? You called me here and wasted my time. How are you going to calculate my losses? No, you have to compensate me." Zichen shook his head and said, "I think you are mistaken. I won't force you to join my team, but I also didn't say you can leave. You can't afford to hire me, but you won't let me leave. What do you mean? Are you going to treat me like a lord?" Dan Yuan began to laugh loudly. his eyes full of contempt. However, only his laughter echoed in the air. It was very lonely. As for the other core essence cultivators around him, for some reason, none of them laughed. It was as if Zi Chen's performance had always been far too calm. When Wild Wolf and Black Wind came to find you, they should have given you 2 choices, right? Zi Chen asked calmly. Bullsh *T, he only gave me 1 choice, and that was to join your team and work for you or else. Dan Yuan's words suddenly stopped, and he suddenly remembered what 2 choices were. And at that time, Black Wind did give them 2 choices. 1 to live, 1 to die. Dan Yuan's expression changed, and in an instant he already knew what Zi Chen meant. He asked coldly, "What, are you going to kill me?" Zi Chen shook his head and said, "Wrong, I want to send you on your way." After saying this, Zi Chen took a step forward, and as if he had teleported, he was in front of Dan Yuan in an instant, very close to him. Such a strange speed scared Dan Yuan, and he hurriedly took a step back, increasing the distance between him and Zi Chen. At the same time he shouted, and a terrifying energy began to surge in his Dan Yuan, and then he suddenly attacked Zi Chen. Seeing Dan Yuan attack first, Zi Chen's face was still calm, and his eyes were also very calm. After that, he stretched out his right hand and pointed with his right finger, meeting the opponent's attack. His fingertip emitted a golden light, and then a frightening aura emerged. After that, his right finger rushed forward and pointed at Dan Yuan's attack. Dan Yuan's attack was made with a fist, and the whole fist was emitting a bright light, and Dan Yuan's aura emerged. However, Zi Chen's finger fell, and in an instant, the fist light was scattered, and at the same time his finger pointed at the opponent's exposed right fist. After that, a frightening aura gushed out from his middle finger, spreading out like layers of ripples. These ripples spread out and caused a shock. Dan Yuan's right fist, along with his whole right arm, was instantly turned into powder and disappeared under this shock. He did not even feel the slightest bit of pain, and his whole right arm suddenly turned into powder and disappeared. Dan Yuan's eyes were already filled with horror. His mouth was wide open, and it was not clear whether he was begging for mercy or asking for help. However, before he could make a sound, Zi Chen's middle finger continued to move forward, and with the same energy from before, pointed at his heart. Buzz! The frightening energy ripples spread out from Dan Yuan's chest, and his body, like his right arm, turned into powder and disappeared under the shock of the energy. When Zi Chen withdrew his finger, Dan Yuan's figure was no longer in the sky. There was only a spirit ring and an energy Dan Yuan floating quietly in the air. With one attack, a Dan Yuan's primordial spirit was completely destroyed. Such combat power made the surroundings suddenly become deathly silent, and the eyes of all the Dan Yuan cultivators became filled with shock. With just one attack, they already understood that there was a reason why Yi Lang and Hei Feng were willing to follow Zi Chen and use proper methods to obtain resources and wealth from Zi Chen. They did not want to steal from him because they were stupid. On the contrary, they were far too smart, and they knew how terrifying Zi Chen's combat power was. The Dan Yuan cultivators who had seen Longhu fight before and knew how powerful he was, and had not participated in this matter, apart from being shocked, they also heaved a sigh of relief inside. Zi Chen had completely intimidated everyone by killing the arrogant Dan Yuan. None of the Dan Yuan cultivators dared to feel discontent anymore. However, just this alone was clearly not enough for Zi Chen. As a result, Zi Chen's calm eyes swept across the Dan Yuan cultivators once more. The Dan Yuan cultivators naturally did not dare to meet Zi Chen's eyes. When Zi Chen's gaze swept across them, they all lowered their heads. Zi Chen's gaze finally landed on one of the Dan Yuan cultivators. This was the Dan Yuan cultivator who had previously declared that the strong were respected, and that their dignity would be decided in a single battle. Apart from jeering and refuting Hei Feng, he had also played a key role in fanning the flames when Zi Chen arrived. Dan Yuan's 300,000 high-grade yuan stones per year had suddenly risen to 300,000 every month, all thanks to him. Zichen stepped in the air and slowly walked towards the other party. He said indifferently, "I'll give you a chance to attack." The other party raised his head. His eyes were filled with panic, and his voice was also filled with extreme panic. "Great sir, what is it?" "Since you won't attack, I will." Zichen had already arrived in front of the other party. Die. The panicked Dan Yuan's face suddenly turned sinister before he launched a powerful and domineering attack at Zichen. But Zichen's response was only to point out a finger. Then the other party's fate was the same as the previous Dan Yuan. His body was shaken by the energy ripples and turned into dust. Although his strength was much stronger than the previous Dan Yuan, the two of them still ended up in the same situation. In the blink of an eye, a true expert had been killed. The Dan Yuan cultivators were all shocked. Their gazes all fell on Zichen. They were incomparably shocked, and some of the more timid ones had already begun to tremble. Under their shocked gazes, they saw Zichen turn around again and walk towards another Dan Yuan cultivator. This was the leader of a force, and his strength was very strong, comparable to Heifeng. "Didn't you want a ball of yuan liquid like them? I'll give you a chance to attack." Zichen looked at the other party calmly. His calm voice sounded like he was chatting with someone. "Great sir, you misunderstood. The panic in Dan Yuan's heart had risen to the extreme. While he was shocked by Zichen's strength, he was even more afraid of his unchanging calm expression. He was almost scared to tears. "Oh, so it was a misunderstanding." Zichen's voice was still calm. Just when Dan Yuan thought Zichen was going to say that since it was a misunderstanding, Zichen said, "Since it was a misunderstanding, then please leave my team." There was only one outcome for leaving the team, and that was death. Dan Yuan's eyes were already filled with despair. Then he saw Zichen point out a finger and send him on his way. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.